Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for round 4 of Czech Drift Series Virtual, and this time we are going to Poland. Round 5, as you can see, we have 3 rounds already behind us. So we are to Sosnowa in January, then we were in Slovakia Ring, and after that we were in Most. Right now we are going to Slomczyn, and we will finish it in round 5 in the next month, 11th of May. 2025 in round 5 in Brno, as you can usually see us making a grand final in Brno in Czech Drift Series. Right now, if we could jump to Slomczyn track, I will explain you shortly what is expected from you on this track. As you can see, the line is basically the same as you can see in a Polish national championship, and I believe we had Slomczyn in a previous rounds before. And it is quite simple. You can see initiation line. There will be a line divided where you can initiate on the left side of the track. After that, there is a curb, but the curb counts as a part of track inside clip number 1. That's gonna be a part where you are not supposed to cut the track, and you need to stay outside from the actual inside clip number 1. Then you are going to outside zone number 1. Transitioning to outside zone number 2, you are supposed to be on the outside of the track when you are transitioning, not too much on the inside where the cones are, but actually on the outside, so we can see nice tandems later on in the battles. Then we are going to the deceleration zone number 2 and to the outside zone number 2 and a long right hand corner. Nothing too extraordinary, pretty simple. Then we are going to transition into the deceleration zone, the biggest and the longest deceleration zone on this track. We actually had a wall there for a moment, but we removed it, unfortunately for me, as I'm a big fan of the walls. And you are supposed to ride the line basically to the outside zone number 6. Today you will be judged by Ondřej Koubek, Jakub Zapoušek, and Ondřej Dědek, actually, as David Kalash was not able to actually attend, and I believe he is with his son, who is racing actually with karts. Well, to explain you, if you are new to drifting, for example, and you just somehow manage to join this stream, you will be judged, or the drivers will be judged based on the line, angle, and the style. You heard correct. This is a judged-based race. And right now I will try to jump in the interview with Liam Akihiko. If it's gonna be possible, I'm just gonna say, Liam, can you hear me at this moment?
Yes, I can. I'm here.
Okay, and do we hear Liam? I believe we do. Liam, I just wanted to ask you a few questions, because you are the current points championship leader. After the last round, where it was actually your teammate, I believe, Alex O'Hara, who was leading the points, but he dropped out in top 32 and he jumped to the first place. How are you actually feeling about it, and are you planning on keeping the first place?
Coming into this round, I'm feeling quite confident with it. Hopefully, we can maintain the momentum we've been gaining over the last couple of rounds and hope to podium today again.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling actually about the track? Do you like it, and how many rounds did you put in the practice?
I actually do really enjoy this track. It's quite fun. I've probably at least put like a few hours onto the track, but I've been taking it quite easy this week.
Oh yeah, and I think a lot of people are taking it more easy as the real season is coming in, and it's more busy and more busy than the winter season. I actually wanted to ask you one more question. I don't know if you actually saw it or not, or if you practiced, but we put the wall on the track for a few moments. Then it was actually taken out. Did you try practice on the track with the wall?
Yes, I did. It was definitely a challenge with the wall. Made it a lot harder coming into that zone. It did actually knock a bit of confidence in me, but once it got removed after a couple laps, I was like, yeah, the confidence came back.
All right, but so you think it's a little bit easier maybe without the wall? You just need to write
Just
the line,
just a little
but
bit.
okay, and for people to actually understand, is there something when you're listening to the briefing? Is there something like you are practicing the track and maybe in the briefing there can be said something differently? Is it your case sometime, or are you preparing and not being surprised by the briefing itself?
Most of the time, it's usually a little bit different, like just a little bit of line. Like say for the last corner with the line map, it shows like you can cut in a little bit, but wanting to be actually out on the line. It's just small things like that.
Oh, just small things, so nothing to really disturb your line that you are practicing.
No, yeah.
Okay, and to really understand, because you know, I don't have like the chance to speak with a pro daily, and I tried this track in Slomczyn, and it's so difficult for me. Is it like you every track you specify your setup for it and you change everything basically based on the track?
Sometimes, like some tracks, you can get away with running the same setup and just do like a quick gear adjustment
Okay.
here or there. But for here, I have had to change quite a lot of the suspension setup for this track specifically.
Oh, is there something specific that you can tell to the audience? What are you changing? What is the biggest change?
The biggest change for me is dampers. That's the main thing.
Oh,
Getting
okay.
those right
And
can go a long way.
do you change those things yourself? Are you like a setup guy? Because, for example, when I was sim racing like 5-6 years ago, I was never a big setup guy. I always needed this one guy that helps me with setting the car up. What is it like with you?
It's a bit of both.
Okay.
Like I do a lot of it myself, but then sometimes I'll have a little bit of guidance.
Oh, okay. Do you have like in the team like some guy that is setup pro?
He's not in that he's a friend of the team, but he does a lot of suspension stuff within DMEC itself.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's quite knowledgeable with it.
Okay, Liam, we are getting close to 10 a.m. and we will start qualification soon. So thank you so much for the interview and for nice insights. And I will wish you good luck so you can stay on the top. And I hope we will see great battles later on.
Thank you, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. Liam is prepared and he is ready to take the first spot. And as we can see, or we don't have the graphic for it right now at the moment, I believe, but Liam Akiko with 240 points right now. Right behind him is Samuel Kute, the Czech warrior, with 224 points. So just 16 points behind. Behind them on a third place is Alex O'Hara, who was really unlucky in round 3, and he dropped down in top 32, but he is actually not attending this time as it's already April and he is on a real championship in real life. So Alex O'Hara, I'm not sure if you're listening, you're probably busy, but if you are, we wish you good luck in a real competition and hopefully we will see you in a grand finals in Brno and round 5. Right behind them is Robert Kwiaczynski. Robert Kwiaczynski, who was actually second for some time in the standings in the championships, I believe, with 201 points. Right behind him, Maciej Oravec, 168 points. All those guys are for sure contenders to be a champion in the end. Behind them, Joseph Donik, 152 points, and Lucas Pasquini behind them. Ali Mohammed on 8th place, Hassan Sharif 9th place, and 10th place is for Ahmed Al-Subaga. Okay, and I believe we can get ready and get prepared for the qualifications. Okay, and as you can see, we already have the stream from the server. Guys practicing. We could see Vladimir Dobek right there with his S14. So I believe it's a matter of moments before we kick off the qualifications for round 4 here at Slomczyn. Okay, as I can hear from the race director, the training has been stopped right now and we will move to the qualifications. And the first on the qualifications, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Eduard Redmanis, who is currently 46 in the championship, so he has got nothing to lose. He can only show that he has what it takes to go on the top. So let's see how Eduard Redmanis will do. Nice initiation, a little bit late, but pushing into the outside zone number 2. Nice transition into the outside zone number 4, and a little bit wide, I believe, but riding the line right now on the right-hand corner, not as deep as he could be in the outside zone number 3 and 4. Now into the D-cell, into the last corner, and he is not on the perfect line, and he's not getting into the outside zone number 6. Not even a tire put on the clipping point. The good thing for Eduard Redmanis is that we actually have about 27 drivers in this round, so he is gonna be in the battles. So hopefully for Eduard Redmanis, he's gonna be able to maybe calm his nerves a little bit and show some nice results in the battles. As you can see from the chase cam, not on the perfect line, cutting the track quite a bit in the last corner. And right now you can see the chase cam from behind the car, but in the top 32 battles, you can look forward and hopefully everything is gonna work out as it should work out this round already. And you will be able to see Champy with his FPV skills, and I believe that's going to be perfect. We had some problems with the streaming quality before, but right now the problems should be resolved, and we could see some nice shot from Champy this time. So we are still waiting for the judges to decide the points. And on the screen, we can see Jakub Żelazko from Czech Republic sitting with his BMW E92 M3 Eurofighter. Quite favorite body kits, 51 points for Eduard Redmanis. That's not a big amount of points. But hopefully Eduard will be able to improve himself, and I believe in Eduard he will be. As I wanted to say, Jakub Żelazko with the Eurofighter, the HGK body kit, full carbon Kevlar, a beautiful body kit. used quite often in the virtual series. So let's see how Jakub Jelasko will do in his first qualification attempt. Quite nice initiation, really close on the inside clip, maybe even too close. Huge angle after the outside zone number 1. And moving on to the outside zone number 3 and 4 on the line. 4th gear, full throttle. That's looking quite good for Jakub Jelasko, I believe. Let's see how the diesel is gonna go for him. And it went pretty nicely, I think, as he was on the perfect line. And through the outside zone number 6 really nicely. So let's see the replay one more time for Jakub Jelasko. Huge angle there. As you can see on the transition, he was on the perfect spot. Not touching the cones, but on the outside, but not too much on the outside. You're actually not supposed to be transitioning on the line on the right. So Jakub Jelasko did pretty perfectly. Maybe little hesitation there in the outside zone number 6. But I believe Jakub Jelasko with a decent score. And while we are still waiting for the score, we can see on the screen already ready on the start Dominic Girali from Team Reverse. As for example, Liam Akihiko, he is from United States of America and he's driving Nissan R32 Skyline. Revving the engine on the start. Terrifying moments for the driver. Sitting on the start is the worst. If you experienced 75 points for Jakub Jelasko, not gonna lie, I was expecting a little bit higher score, but still decent for a first run. And as I said, it's about 27 drivers this round. So Jakub knows he only needs to put points on the scoreboard to get in the top 32. But let's see how Dominic Girali will do in his first qualifying attempt. A little bit later initiation as well, but he is on a really nice line, really close to the inside clip number 1, quite close to the cones. And going into the outside zone number 4 and riding the white line as he is supposed to be. That's looking really good from Dominic Girali. Using the foot brake quite a lot, but other than that, really nice line. And as it's looking, we are going to see some really strong runs from those drivers today, as Dominic Girali puts 360 in the end. Let's see, and I tried this track myself. I'm no pro driver, I don't have a sim at home, but sometimes I'm trying in a local club, and I can tell you the initiation was really hard for me. Not to initiate too late, but initiate in a style where it's gonna put you on the inside clip number 1. But Dominic finishing really nicely with a foot brake there to push his car a little bit on the outside. So we are still waiting for the points for Dominic Girali, and Austin Mitchell is preparing his Nissan Silvia S14 to go as a next contender for a first qualification attempt. And 65 points for Dominic Girali. The judges today will be really harsh, it seems. 65, not such a huge score, but the run was not bad. Few mistakes here and there, but I believe Dominic Girali can improve his run. As you can see, Austin Mitchell right now on the screen preparing already for his first run. Austin Mitchell, who is 31st on average in qualification, so barely touching the top 32 mark. Right now, 38th position in the championship. The lights go out and Austin Mitchell is off to his first qualification attempt. Quite an initiation, but we will see many of those, I believe. Oh, really close to those cones on the inside. Right now, not with a huge angle from Austin Mitchell, moving through the outside zone number 4 and 5 and into the decel. Little bit of a wavering in the decel, and after the decel, coming into the outside zone number 6. So I believe there will be some mistakes probably spotted by judges, but we will see what they will think about it. A little bit of left foot braking after the initiation. Everything's fine, but a little bit too soon on the transition, putting him too much on the inside where the cones are. That's not where you are supposed to be. You are supposed to be more on the outside of the track. Now you can see quite a lot of left foot braking going into the outside zone number 6 for Austin Mitchell. And on the screen, Czech fans already know, of course, the car from Vladimír Roubek from Czech Republic with his Nissan Silvia S14. Barely 1000 horsepower on his beautiful, beautiful S14 with Rocket Bunny body kit, I believe. But you can correct me. You can correct me in the comments if I'm mistaken. As the Rocket Bunny on the S14 usually is the boss kit, as it's called, I believe. But this looks like the Rocket Bunny pretty much. And 74 points for Austin Mitchell, not bad score. Vladimír Roubek, who is also preparing himself for his first real-life race this season in Slovakia ring. So Slovakia ring, something that is familiar for you, as you know that we ran Slovakia ring in round number 2, I believe. So let's see how Vladimír Roubek from Czech Republic will do in his first run. Hopefully we will see him in the battles today. Once again, a little bit late initiation, but going into the right-hand corner, riding the line beautifully. That's a really nicely done by Vladimír Roubek. Let's see how he will handle the deceleration zone, the hard part, settling the car, and he's gonna be, and he's overshooting, and that's huge problems for Vladimír Roubek, and that's probably gonna be 0. We will see what the judges say about this, but hopefully Vlaďa Roubek is gonna be able to correct himself in the round number 2. So let's see once again. Of course, we will be looking basically on the biggest flaw I can see in this run, and that's putting 2 wheels off the track. Outside zone number 4, coming into the 5, into the decel. Too fast, and you can see 0 on the board for Vladimír Roubek. That's really unfortunate. To be honest, I really want to see Vladimír Roubek in the battles, because I believe he has got it himself. He's a great, great driver in a real life. And training on the sim is perfect, so I believe he will be able to correct himself, because I want to see him in the battles. Right now, Chandler Crawford with his Toyota Supra B58 under the hood of this virtual machine. That's a really, really favorite engine these days for drift cars. Austin Mitchell running the white line, but the initiation might have been a little bit problematic. And Austin Mitchell dropping the tire. I'm sorry, Chandler Crawford dropping the tire with his Toyota Supra in the last corner after the outside zone number 6. That's definitely going to be big points deduction. You can see Chandler Crawford maybe with a little bit late initiation, not getting too deep into the outside zone number 3, but corrected his line beautifully, coming into the 4 and 5. Transitioning to the last corner and coming into the huge angle. And dropping the wheel right before the finishing line. And as I was saying, with the B58 favorite engine, it's a BMW engine. A lot of drivers in Drift Masters, for example, are putting those engines in the car. Adam Zalewski, for example, I believe Jakub Trigoński as well. But right now, let's check what is going on the starting line. And that is Jan Matyáš from Czech Republic. One more HGK body kit that is fitted on his car. And the car is BMW M2 with a 2JZ under the hood. (1,111 horsepower) under the bonnet of his vehicle. So let's see how Jan Matyáš will be able to hold the nerves. I was speaking with Jan Matyáš about many things, and he said that the biggest problem for him is the nerves. And I completely feel him, because it was the same for me, to be honest. The nerves when you are standing on the start. 74 points for Chandler Crawford. That's a solid score, and we can go right to the first qualification attempt of Jan Matyáš. And as I was talking about it, and I can see in the comments, Adam Tomeček corrected me that he probably has S58, Adam Zalewski, and I think you are correct. But it's a similar engine, no? It's the S is in M4 and M5, if I'm not mistaken. But you can all correct me. Feel free to do it. So let's jump into the first attempt of Jan Matyáš with his MT. Nicely done with the initiation and going really wide. But the initiation was maybe the best we've seen so far, as it was not late but really on point. So let's see how Jan Matyáš will handle the rest of his run, as we can see coming through the third, fourth and fifth outside zone really nicely. But he's going to be dropping the tire in the last corner, and that's unfortunate for Jan Matyáš, because that's going to be a huge points deduction for dropping the wheel there. And luckily for Jan Matyáš, the wall has been removed, because if it wasn't, Honza would definitely be in the wall right there. As you can see, really on a different line than most of these drivers so far, but he was not initiating too late. Everything was looking quite good in between the outside zone number 3, 4 and 5. But I believe this long right-hand corner is not gonna be the most difficult for the drivers, as you can calmly set up the car in the angle. And I'm specifically looking for the battles in this corner, because I believe we will see some tight tandems. And Adam Tomeček saying that Adam Zalewski actually had S58, and it is being put in M3 and M4, so thank you, Adam. But I believe I still have seen B58 in some of those engines in Drift Masters. And thinking about it, Jakub maybe is having the S58 as well. If you guys in the comments know which drivers use the B58, please tell the audience in the comments. And 73 points for Jan Matyáš, so that's a nice score. When I take in account that he dropped the tire in the last corner, so probably without the tire drop could have been much higher. And right now I'm hearing Anthony Norfolk with some problems, so he is not on the server, so he is not doing his first qualification attempt. Hopefully he's going to be able to join and make his second qualifying attempt. But we can see, if I'm not mistaken, Walter Bolacek with the Turbo Mafia. With another BMW E92 M3 with the HGK body kit. And same car, I believe, exists in a real life as well, as I'm pretty sure I've seen it in Hungary on a Drift Masters event. And in the comments I can see that Alex Holovnia was the one that was, for example, running the B58, so there's going to be quite a few people running the B58 and the S58 as well. But on the start we can see Walter Bolacek that is ready to go. On the graphics we can see Eduard Redmanes, but I believe it is supposed to be... So I'm sorry to correct myself. Eduard Redmanes is actually doing his second qualifying attempt, coming into the... Oh, and he's really wide and maybe putting the two wheels off the track. Or maybe the curb, I'm not sure. We will have to see in the replay. Eduard Redmanes with 51 points from his first run, so in this case it's going to be enough to put him in the top 32 battles, that's for sure. So it's not a big deal for Eduard Redmanes right now. Let's see in the replay. Oh, and transitioning in a huge angle that upset him a little bit, as you can see, as it put him on the inside line on the right-hand corner. And Eduard Redman is doing a huge mistake there, putting the two wheels on the curb. The curb should be a part of the track, so we will have to see if he put the two wheels before the curb or if it was on the curb. Could we eventually see the slow-mo from this run, or we will see what the production thinks about it from the last corner in the diesel zone before we jump into the for Jakub Żelazko's second attempt. Everything was quite okay for Eduard Redmanes right here, but here is the big mistake. He transitions late and one wheel is on the grass, but one wheel looks like was still on the curb. So points deduction for Eduard Redmanes, but not a big deal for him. He is in the battles. And standing on the start for his second qualifying attempt, Jakub Żelazko. Jakub Żelazko is representing Zapalto crew. Zapalto crew, where is, for example, as well Marek Kalus, who is not attending as well, because I really have to promote his socials from Marek Kalus. You can see that he built for a 2025 season brand new RX-8 with M50 engine, and he was actually testing this R8 last week, and he had some problems with oil pressure, I believe, so he needs to put his hands on the car to prepare it for the next week Slovakia ring. And of course his debut in a real drifting is more important, as a lot of work and a lot of money went into building his beautiful car. So if you can jump on Marek Kalus' socials, do so, because you can see that his car looks absolutely the same. And it's actually interesting because sometimes you can see from the real drivers that they build the same car that they use in real life. But and once again, if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry, but I believe that Marek Kalus basically built his real car around the virtual car. Maybe not so precise, but he actually had the virtual car before, I believe, with the livery and with everything. And we are still waiting for the points right now. So hopefully we already have points for Edward's run. And 58 points for Edward Redmanes, so it was indeed only tire drops on the curb and one wheel on the grass. So improvement from Edward Redmanes, but let's jump into Jakub Żelazko. Hopefully Jakub Żelazko not being too distracted from the weight over the judging call, and let's see how it's gonna go for Jakub Żelazko. Nice and wide initiation, beautifully on the inside clip, number 1, coming into the outside zone, number 1 and 2, and really beautiful line from Jakub Żelazko. That is a beautiful run so far. Beautifully deep in the zones, huge angle on the throttle. I don't see many big corrections. Just a little bit of left full brake coming into the outside zone, number 4. Maybe a little wavering here in the last corner, but being really deep in the outside zone, number 6, and over the finishing line, opening the doors after letting the smoke out. And that was a really nice run from Jakub Żelazko. I for sure wish I could do a run like that. Maybe a little bit too much on the inside, where the inside clip is touching the cone. But other than that, really fluent. Little waver after the diesel zone, but we can see it from many drivers. Possibly, as we were speaking in the interview with Liam Akihiko, the most difficult part of the track, even though a little bit easier without the wall. Żelazko, who is supposedly for the first time in the virtual series in 2025 season, and currently on a 44th position in the championship, but not bad for his debut in a CDS virtual. 86 points for Jakub Żelazko, so that's a huge improvement, and the first high 80s we can see in the first group of drivers in the qualifications in round 4 here at Slomczyn. So that's really strong and really nice from Jakub Żelazko. I believe it's Jakub Żelazko in the comment section for typing saying that Mark playing a big role, and oh man, I do believe you. Reminders were huge coming into the competitions, and now we can see Dominic Roy with his second qualification attempt with a huge use of the left foot brake, but on a really nice line so far, I believe. Nice and neat, crossing the line actually and dropping the wheel. So let's see a little bit of a late initiation, left foot braking to put himself out to the outside zone, number 1, not on the perfect line. And Dominic Kirali setting his car in the angle throughout the outside zone, number 3, 4 and 5. And going in a huge angle, even too big, I believe, a little bit, as it slowed him down too much. And you can see it's not really visible from this angle, but from the previous camera we could see that the tire drop was actually there, I believe. Oh yeah. And thank you production for those slow-mo. And that was for sure, I believe, one wheel off. 65 for Dominic Raleigh from the first run, so let's see what his points for a second run will be. And right now, an 69 points for Dominic Raleigh, so improving 4 points from his first run. But as I heard from the judges, I believe the tire drop was actually there, so that must have hurt Dominic Raleigh huge points. So let's look at Austin Mitchell with his second attempt, 74 points, being really wide on the transition in front of these cones. But Austin Mitchell really nicely outside of number 3-4 and coming into the decel. Let's see how he will handle that. And he handles it really nicely, running the white line basically all the time in the last corner. And I believe that could be maybe improvement from Austin Mitchell. Let's see from the camera. Being really nice on the cone on the inside clip. Maybe a little bit too wide on the transition between a 2 and a 3rd. Quite a lot of left foot brake actually on the outside zone number 4 to push his car a little bit to the outside. Changing the gear to the second and running the line through the finishing line. And right now on the start, as we are waiting for the point for Austin Mitchell, Vladimir Doubek. Vladia is a really young driver. I believe he's 18 now, if I'm not mistaken. With LS3 engine under the hood of his car. And he has got a 0 from his first run, so hopefully he will put a safe run and put some score on the board. All he needs to do is put some score on the board, and we can see 85 points for Austin Mitchell. So overall, nice improvement. But right now, let's see if Vladimir Doubek is going to be able to put the score on the board. That's all he needs to do. So let's hope he will do that. The crucial part will be the decel zone. So far, everything is looking really good. Oh, and running the line, Vladimir Doubek is playing with the devil. He does not need to do that. Just decel here and don't cross the line. And it looks like he will be crossing one wheel once again, but just one wheel. And that's, I believe, gonna be points for Vladimir Doubek, and luckily we will be able to see him in the battles. And you can see from the chase cam, Vladimir Doubek, everything looked really good right here, but he was flirting with the white line over here. I'm not sure if he crossed or not, but he definitely will be crossing the white line with one wheel right here. Oh yeah, that is gonna be one wheel off the track for Vladimir Doubek. Well, hopefully he's in a huge angle, so it could be even two wheels. Hopefully for Vladimir Doubek, and hopefully for us and for the audience, that Vladia will be able to get some points on the board and get himself into the battle. Judges are still deliberating what really happened there, if it was one or two wheels, so they're actually not sure. So that's quite dramatic moments for Dobek Racing Team. And we still don't have the decision from the judges. But hopefully some points for Vladimir Dobek. The run was not bad. The run was actually really good, but dropping the wheel at least one time. And it's actually nice statistics as I'm looking into the system for Vladimir Dobek. Because he has 83 battles that he's done, and he won 68 of them. But of course, most of them are in a real life. So 83 battles for Vladimir Dobek in a Czech Drift Series, and that's quite a lot for such a young man. Oh, and Vladimir Dobek with 78 points, and that is beautiful that we can see some points for this Czech guy on the board, and we will see him later on in the battles. And right now, Chandler Crawford with his Toyota Supra B58 engine, as we discussed before. And it is looking really good right now for Chandler Crawford, I believe. No major corrections. Not getting as deep as he could into the outside zone number 4. Oh, and coming in a huge angle, and then that's gonna upset his line. Oh, and even dropped the wheel right before the finishing line. Chandler Crawford with 74 points from his first run, so he is safe at this point. I would not be expecting basically backwards entry in the last corner from Chandler Crawford. And as you can see, everything was looking nice and tidy up until this point, where Chandler Crawford made a huge transition basically into the reverse entry, upsetting his line, getting his car on the inside of the track, not where it's supposed to be. And right now we can see the vehicle of Jan Mateáš from the chase cam. He is not on the starting line yet, but he will be going there really soon. As I'm speaking about it, he's already moving. And 67 points for Crawford from the United States. Not being able to improve his score. And right now, second qualifying attempt from Jan Mateáš, coming in a huge angle, 73 points from the first run. So nothing to worry about for Jan Mateáš. Hopefully he's going to be able to decel. He's coming really hot into the huge right-hand corner, and he was, as he set the car and was running the line all the time. Jan Mateáš with a huge angle, but crossing the line after the decel, and that's gonna be huge points deduction for Jan Mateáš, I believe. So let's see the replay for Jan Mateáš. All was looking really good in the beginning, maybe not as deep as he could be in the outside zone number 1. But Jan Matjaž. Oh, and dropping one wheel off the track right there on the grass. With a wheel drop like that, it's really difficult to be thinking about improving points, especially when he got 73 for his first run. Anyways, we will be able to see Jan Matjaž in the battle section. And I believe Jan Matjaž was the last one with his qualifying attempt, as Anton Norfolk was not able to join the server and get on the starting line. So we will wait for the points for Jan Matjaž, and right after that we will be with a small commercial block and changing the server, changing the drivers, and we'll be right back right after it. So let's just wait for the points for Jan Matjaž. And 64 points for Jan Matjaž, not an improvement, but not a surprise as he was dropping the tires. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a few moments, we will be right back after a small commercial block with a new set of drivers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a second group of drivers that will be going for their qualification attempts. As you can see, Jakub Żelazko so far leading with 86 points. Right behind him, Austin Mitchell with 85 points. 8 drivers so far, but one with DNS, and that is Anthony Norfolk, who was not able to get to the starting line in time. But let's jump to what we can see on the track, and it's Walter Bolacek coming from Hungary with his BMW E92 Eurofighter Turbo Mafia Drift Team. Oh, and Walter Bolacek with a huge angle, and he's gonna need to improve the angle a little bit, adjust his car and put himself back on the track, and that's what he does. And Walter Bolacek right now riding the white line basically. But Walter with a weird transition right after the straight, coming into the right-hand corner when he put a huge angle. Let's see, a little bit of a late initiation. So far so good for Walter Bolacek, but right here a huge flick. Almost 90 degrees, and he needed to readjust. Lower the angle a little bit. And of course, as we usually say, drifting is a one-mistake sport. So once you make one mistake on the track, it is so difficult to correct yourself and get back on the track, on the good line. And you are already losing points for angle and style and line. But I definitely have to give Walter Bolacek the commitment that was definitely there. Coming with a huge flicks. We are still waiting for the points for Walter Bolacek, and I was saying before, vehicle that is also existing in real life was visible at Maria Poch last year. Walter Bolacek, who is currently 28th in the championship. Three battles done with 1-1. And right after Walter Bolacek, we will see Garrett Shaw from the United States of America with his Nissan Z. So let's see what the points are, and it's 77 points for Walter Bolacek from Hungary. So that's a really solid score, and as you can see, Walter Bolacek didn't make such a huge mistake with flicking the car in a huge angle and needing to correct himself quite a bit. But let's watch Garrett Shaw's first run as he goes into the first corner, and really beautifully done so far from Garrett Shaw on the line, and really fast and riding the line beautifully as he puts the wheel on the line and stays on it throughout the zones, outside zone number 3, 4 and 5. But Garrett Shaw dropping the wheel in the last corner right before the outside zone number 6, so that's going to be a big mistake for Garrett Shaw. So let's see the replay from the chase camera for Garrett Shaw. And it looks like Garrett Shaw was not able to decel in the time. And I can hear the judges discussing about what happened with the tire drop for Garrett Shaw. And on the screen we can see Talal Nahar from Saudi Arabia getting ready with his Nissan S15. Running 929 horsepower, so a little bit lower than the guys usually run. But we are still waiting for the points for Garrett Shaw. And 85 points for Garrett Shaw. Really solid score for the first run, so let's see if he's gonna be improve the score in the next run. And hopefully we can move on to Talal Nahar with his first attempt. And Talal Nahar is already on his run, but we have still graphics over the screen, hopefully, and it disappeared right now. And we can see Talal Nahar with a huge flicks and a huge angles, a minor correction over there on the outside zone number 4, but overall it's looking pretty good for Talal Nahar from Saudi Arabia. Talal Nahar dieseling a little bit too much, but being able to put his car on the outside zone number 6. And as we can see a replay from Talal Nahar with quite a bit of a correction after the outside zone number 3. But as we can see, Jakub Želazko still with 86 points leading the qualifying session so far. And right now we'll be still waiting for the scores with the camera on the trucks. And after that we can get ready for Ondřej Winterlík from Czech Republic. And 74 points for Talal Nahar, putting him on a 6th place so far, right behind Walter Boláček. As we can see, nobody was able to reach to the 90s score, but right now Ondřej Winterlík, first qualifying attempt. And as we can see from the chase cam, Ondřej Winterlík is looking really strong. We were not able to see the initiation from Ondřej Winterlík, but right now in a huge angle and needed to correct himself hugely. As Ondřej Winterlík with the big problems on the right hand corner. He was able to correct himself coming into the last corner, but Ondřej Winterlík with a huge angle correction. Let's see from the replay what really happened there for Ondřej Winterlík. Everything is looking really good so far, but oh, and it looks like almost over rotation. Ondřej Winterlík needed to lower the angle shallow himself up quite a bit, not to over-rotate himself. Luckily for Ondřej Winterlík, he was able to get out of that situation and possibly with some points on the board. And as we are waiting for the points for Ondřej Winterlík, we can already see Niklas Netušil with his Volkswagen Golf, and we can see 63 points for Ondřej Winterlík. And Niklas Netušil with his Volkswagen Golf MK4. Something you don't see in drifting every day. So here we go, Niklas Netušil coming into the first corner with a huge angle. And it's looking really nicely for Niklas Netušil so far. He's riding the line all the time, coming in a huge angle, and right now into the diesel zone. And Niklas Netušil with a strong finish. So let's see from the replay. It's really interesting to see such a small car on the track from Niklas Netušil. But it's definitely not the first time we can see something like that in drifting. Especially in Japan, it's really favorite, I would say, these days to run Toyota Corollas or even Yaris. As I believe Hiroya Minowa is actually running the GR Yaris, the Cusco Yaris in Formula Drift Japan. So let's see what the points will be for Niklas Netušil. In the meanwhile, while we are still waiting for the points, you can type in the comments what is the smallest car that you've seen drifting, or if you actually like those Yaris on the track. And 84 points for Niklas Netušil, because it's something that's quite a bit controversial to see such a small cars on the track. But in my personal opinion, I'm really starting to like, for example, Hiroya Minowa's GR Yaris is looking really beautifully, and he's a great driver too, 17 years old, or maybe even 16 for Hiroya Minowa, so... And Gergo Galik with first attempt for qualification. Gergo Galik from Hungary, coming with his Toyota Supra and going into the decel and into the last corner, almost flirting with dropping the wheel. So let's see in the replay. I'm sorry if I was not in the stream because we had some problems with the tech as usual, but Gergo Galik with his Toyota Supra with a pretty nice run, I would say. And as I was speaking before, I was speaking about Niklas Netušil car, that it's such a small car. And I wanted to know your personal opinion. If you like those small cars, for example, Hiroya Minowa's GR Yaris in the Formula Drift Japan. And as we can see more and more of these cars. And while we are still waiting for Gergo Galik's points, we can see Martin Kondula. It is slowly moving to the starting line. Martin Kondula, who said that his priority right now is mainly his family, understandably, so he is not paying too much attention for his practice in a sim drifting. So let's see how this track, how Slomczyn will fit in Martin Kondula's style. Oh, and we can see from Mario Ravec, feels weird to drive, but looks amazing. And 82 points for Gergo Galik, but not a bad score for a beginning. And it's true because I never personally tried, even in sim drifting, never tried drifting, for example, the GR Yaris. So that's something I definitely need to put on the list to try. Gen 4 lover from Zappal to Virtual. Oh, and from 170 Motorsport, Miatas can be cool, of course. Miatas are cool, no doubt about it. But I don't think I've seen any Miata in a Pro Series. But let's see on Martin Kondula with his first run and coming in a huge angles. And a lot of left foot brake, as we could see. The right hand side front wheel stopped completely in the corner. Let's see how he's gonna handle the decel and coming into the last corner, and that he does pretty nicely, but he was not able to get into the outside zone number 6 fully. I believe there was only one wheel in the OZ6 for Martin Kondula. Some mistake that happened there in the last corner. So let's see from the chase camera in the replay. As you can see on the graph on the right, quite a lot of left foot braking from Martin Kondula. Coming into the outside zone number 4. And the problem, looking at the revs, I think the problem in the last corner might have been that he was losing the revs and basically stalling the engine a little bit. So before he was able to clutch kick the car and get the revs up again, his trajectory. Oh, and you're right, 170 Motorsport, Mad Mike and Kyle Mohan did for Formula Drift 1 4-rotor and 1 3-rotor. That is true, even though, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Widet is usually running the RX-7s. And I'm not sure if I've seen Mike Widet somewhere competing. I know he's usually competing in Formula Drift Japan, right? And of course Australian series, I believe, but that's not something that comes across my TV screen. And Martin Kondula with 84 points. And that's putting Martin on a 5th place so far, so not bad. But right now, what we will be able to see is Gert Gubersep. Gert Gubersep, who is currently 16 in the championship. With a BMW E36 with a really beautiful livery. Going into the first corner and in a huge angle from Gert Gubersep. And it's looking really nicely for Gert. Right now he's going to be able not to cross the white line, and he was. And this is a really strong round for Gert Gubersep. Let's see how he's going to handle the last corner. And Gert Gubersep finishing over the finishing line and could be a little bit deeper in the outside zone number 6. But overall I would say really strong run for Gert. Nice and deep in all the zones. Oh, right now we can see from this chase camera that his line was upset a little bit from the outside zone number 4, where he was not actually with both wheels, I believe, or at least not as deep as he could be. It's a shame for me personally. What I would love to see is actually, for example, Kalle Rovanperä, who was competing in FD Japan and he won some rounds as well. He was competing with Toyota Corolla with 2JZ, I believe, under the hood. That would be amazing to see Kalle with this vehicle in a DMAC or FD USA. Even though that's something that's definitely not gonna happen this season, I believe, as he is concentrating on a WRC. And you can see the complexity and the talent that is in the hands of Kalle Rovanperä, as he was competing in Drift Masters few rounds. 90 points for Gert Kubarsep, so that's gonna put him for sure on the first place and the first 90 point that we can see on the board. And as I was speaking, Kalle Rovanperä, who was competing in some rounds of Drift Masters, I believe it was Finland and Poland. And in Poland he was able to even win the qualifications, if I'm not mistaken, or at least he had some really nice qualification runs. But let's concentrate on a second qualification attempt for Walter Bolacek from Hungary with his BMW E92 70. Oh, and dropping the wheel. That's something we don't see very often on this track. Walter Bolacek being really wide on the outside zone number 4 and 5 as well. And once again, the commitment from Walter Bolacek is really there. Huge angles, full throttle, nice transitions. But damn, he was wide, wasn't he? As hopefully we will see from the chase camera, even though the camera is not the best for a tire drop. And you can see he was definitely dropping a tire here on the outside zone number 3 and 4. And with a huge angle coming into the last corner from Walter Bolacek. And we can see Garrett Shaw waiting for his second attempt. Garrett Shaw with 85 points from his first run, currently sitting on a 3rd position. Okay, so it looks like we have the points for Walter Bolacek, 79 points, so overall 2 points improvement from his first run. So that's a good job for Walter Bolacek. So here we go, Garrett Shaw with his second attempt, initiating and being a little bit too much on the inside clip number 1. And it upsetted his line, as it seems, because he was too close to the cones as well on a straight. Garrett Shaw maybe dropping the tire on the curb a little bit, and he's gonna be fast right now. Oh, and he was able to hold it and a diesel in the time. He was flying like a rocket into the last corner, and I thought he's not gonna be able to brake. Garrett Shaw with 85 points. He is currently sitting on a 3rd position. And right now we will see Talal Nahar getting ready on the start in seconds, as we are still waiting for the scores for Garrett Shaw. And it's 82 points for Garrett, not being able to improve his score. And here we go, let's move on to the second attempt for Talal Nahar. Talal Nahar, who is currently 10th in the qualifications, with 74 points on a huge angle. Coming into the first corner, and now is going to be deselling on the outside zone number 3 and going into the 4. And it's looking quite nice for Talal Nahar, but the commitment might have been missing a little bit. So let's see how he's going to be. Oh, and a little waiver right before the finishing line from Talal Nahar, who it seems had some problems right before the outside zone number 6, where he was not being fully inside of. So Talal Nahar, as we could see from the replay, anyway, beautiful S14 for Talal Nahar. 84 points, so a huge improvement, putting him in 7th place right now. And on the starting line, Ondřej Winterlík from Czech Republic. So let's see. Oh, a huge angle in the first corner. I almost thought it's going to be over rotation for a moment, but he made it work really nicely. 63 points for the first run, so he could improve heavily with this run, I believe. Let's see how Ondřej Winterlík will handle the last corner. 3rd gear and on the line, and more flirting with putting the tire off, but I don't think he did. I think it was just a close call. So let's see on the run from Ondřej Winterlík. It was looking really strong, I believe. Being nice and deep in the outside zone number 5. And I don't think that was a one wheel off. Could be somewhere in 80s for sure. And it seems we are still waiting for points for Ondřej Winterlík, with Niklas Netušil from Germany ready with his Volkswagen Golf. 89 points for Ondřej Winterlík, putting him on 2nd place. So that's a really, really successful run for Winterlík from Czech Republic. right behind Gerd Kubersep with 90 points right now. And Niklas Netushil with Volkswagen Golf, 84 points from the first run. Don't need to improve quite a lot. He's in the top 32 action for sure. There is 27 drivers. Whoa, and coming into the last corner really, really nicely. And it seems the car is really working for Niklas Netushil as he makes a nice 360 in the end. Is it going to be enough to make an improvement from 84 points? That's the question. It seems he went a little bit early from the outside zone number 1, but he definitely corrected himself. Oh, and flirting with the curb, but not actually getting on it. That's a nice job by Niklas Netushil. Another run that I believe that could be in the high 80s. After Niklas, I believe there is Gergo Galik and Martin Kondula that will be getting ready for the second attempt. And 87 points for Niklas Netushil, so improvement it is. That's what I was believing that's gonna happen for Niklas. A lot of 80s as we can see. But Gerd Kubersep is still the only one with 90 points on the board. Let's see if Gergo Galik will be the one that could beat the 90 scores. He is with 82 points right now. Gergo Galik with a nice line so far, I would say. As he's going to the outside zone number 4 and moving into the huge decel. And if he's not going to be able to put the... Oh, and I was just about to say it. And Gergo Galik with a tire drop, I believe, right before the finishing line. And he put the wheel in the dirt. It was close to the line, but as we can see, the car squatted right before the finish. So I think that might be wheel off. Let's see how it's going to go, how it's going to look in the replay. Gergo Galik on the outside zone number 5. Oh, and you can see the car squatted a little bit. And we can see Martin Kondula getting ready, as most of you know, with a vehicle, with the Evo 3 from Michael Reichert, the Czech driver that is attending the Drift Masters series. And I believe we will be able to see him on some Drift Masters event this year as a wild card, because he is not in the season. And 85 points for Gergo Galik, so improving a little bit. So let's get ready for Martin Kondula's second run. 84 points for the first run. Nice initiation, being really nice and tidy on the inside clip number 1. But a little bit soon from the outside zone number 1. So let's see how it's gonna handle the rest of the track. And it seems like he handles it really well. And right now into the decel, is he gonna be too fast? No, he can decel in time, but not being able to fulfill those zones as nicely as he was in the previous run. As you can see, he was a little bit too much on the inside of the track where the inside clip or outside zone number 1 is. Here showing up the angle and not being on the right path. Moving into the last corner and not being able to put both wheels in the outside zone number 6. So I can expect some deductions from the judges for Martin Kondula, who is currently sitting 8th in the championship. And as we can see on the parking lot, Gert Kubarsep is actually the only one that is left on the server right now, because Gert is about to do his second qualifying attempt, and 72 points for Martin Kondula. So a huge points deduction by those mistakes that we were able to spot, and maybe even for some more, because the judges are really harsh and you can see all the mistakes. But right now let's concentrate on Gert Kubarsep's second run, and he is the last driver of this group. 90 points on the board. Is he going to be able to break the 90 points and have even more? Is the question for Gert Kubarsep. Oh, with a nice flick initiation from Gert Kubarsep, fulfilling the outside zone number 1 really nicely. Gert Kubarsep being beautifully on the line, flirting even with the white line. And Gert is still in a huge angle and coming into the last corner with a huge angle backwards entry, and that was too much. That was too much for Gert Kubarsep, who put, I believe, 2 wheels off the track. So we will see if it actually was 1 or 2 wheels for Gert Kubarsep, but for his points, it does not really matter, because Gert will be deducted heavily, and basically with such a big correction and big mistake such as this, is not going to be able to have a 90 plus score. Might have been only 1 wheel off actually, looking on the replay. So right now we will just be waiting for the scores for Gert Kubarsep, and right after that we will once again put a new group of drivers with a small commercial block in between. And in the meanwhile, before we wait for the points for Gert Kubarsep, you can admire the safety car of Czech Drift Series Virtual. As you can see, Gert Kubarsep breakdancing in the background. Definitely not going to be an improvement, but still waiting for the judges' call. And 78 points for Gert Kubarsep. That's something that could have been expected, ladies and gentlemen. Let us change those drivers, another 8 to put on the server, and we will see some fresh qualifying runs. So a small commercial break, and we will be right back right after it. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the stream, and right now we will see the last group of guys. It will be 11 drivers. Starting with Kilian Guelus, we will see in a small moment. After that we will see Jakub Bartko, Adam Tomeček, Michael Veras, Ahmed Al-Subaga, Mohamed Ali, Joseph Donik, Matěj Oravec, Robert Kvěčinsky, Samuel Kuti, and Liam Akehiko in the end. As we can see on the screen right now in the practice laps, Samuel Kuti, right behind him Adam Tomeček with a Zapalto livery. And on the starting line right now, Kilian Guelus. With a first qualification attempt, with a really nice initiation. Oh, and dropping the wheel on the outside of number 1. That's the first one that's done it. That's unfortunate for Kilian Guelus. Other than that, so far, really beautiful run. As we can see, fulfilling all the zones and now coming into the decel. And doing that really nicely, running the line all the corner. And being nice and deep in the outside zone number 6 as well. Let's see what really happened there for Kilian Guelus in the first corner. We don't have the chase cam, but we have the classic cam from the cameras. And I think there was a tire drop, even though we cannot see from this angle. The car squatted a little bit right where the outside zone number 1 is. So possibly a tire drop there. One really nice last corner for Kilian Guelus from France. And meanwhile, while we are waiting for the scores, we can see Jakub Bartko with his Toyota Supra JZA 80. And 87 points for Kilian Guelus. That is a strong start for Kilian's qualifications day. And right now with Jakub Bartko. Jakub Bartko with a beautiful, beautiful Supra. So let's see how he's going to handle. Oh, and right on the curb after the initiation, but coming with a huge angle on the outside zone number 1 and into the outside zone number 3 and 4. Grinding basically the white line. That's beautifully done by Jakub Bartko. And Jakub Bartko in the outside zone number 5 and flirting with the white line, as well as many drivers in the last corner, as we could see in previous run. So it was a really, really nice job from Jakub. We could see that the initiation was quite wide. He went over the curb, but the judges said that they will be counting the curb on the initiation as a part of the track, so he should not be point deducted. And Jakub Bartko with a huge angle, and I really like how he managed to go through the last corner with a huge angle. Currently sitting on a 13th position in the championship for Jakub Bartko, so he could improve a lot in this round. $89 points for Jakub from Czech Republic, and that's a huge score. And we can see you have two 89s. We have Jakub Bartko, and right after him, Ondřej Winterlík, still with the 89. So we have two Czech drivers that are in the top 3 so far. Still Gert Kubarsev with 90 points, but right now on the starting line, Adam Tomeček with his great AE86, with HGK body kit as well. driving for a Zapalto Drift Crew, and a beautiful, beautiful run so far for Adam Tomeček. So we'll see how he's gonna go in the outside zone number 3 and 4, and he's done really solid, I believe, fulfilling the zones so far and coming into the last corner for Adam Tomeček. That's the most problematic part for the drivers, but he handles it really well. Adam Tomeček over the finishing line from Czech Republic, and I believe there's gonna be another huge score that we will see in the scoreboard. As we can see from the replay, Adam Tomeček running all on the line. And has done a beautiful job in the last corner. Is basically the same car, the same body kit that we can see in a CDS in a real life championship as well, but not from Adam Tomeček. Oh, 91 points from Adam Tomeček, putting him on a first place. Huge congrats for Adam. That's a beautiful job for a first qualification run. And as I meant to say, the same car we will see in the CDS in a few rounds as well from the Austrian driver. Of course, Adam Tomeček driving as well in the real life with BMW E46 with Zapalto livery for a 2025 season. But Michael Veras right now on his first attempt, coming in a huge angles as well. Not even a big diesel, just going for it and fulfilling the zones as well, coming into the last corner for a Michael Veras, and that's a really strong run as well. And as we can see, this group of drivers we can expect to be the strongest one, and I think it just shows in the last two runs. Really beautiful job by Michael Veras, and looking at it, it's for me basically no mistakes to spot. Maybe it could be a little bit deeper in the outside zone number 6, but I didn't spot any major corrections, just a little bit of left foot braking in between outside zone number 3 and 4 for Michael Veras. $93 points. Michael Veras coming in strong and taking the first spot from Adam Tomeček right away. And as I was saying, Jakub Bartko and Ondřej Winterlík were holding the second and third place, and they were being moved on a fourth and a fifth position right now. And as we can see, it's gonna be filled with 90 score with this group, I believe. And right now we are waiting for Ahmed Alzubaga. Who, as it seems, is coming to the starting line right now. Or as it seems, as I hear from the director, Ahmed Alzubaga is not on the server, so right now we are moving on. So that's really unfortunate for Ahmed Alzubaga, and we will be moving on to Mohamed Ali, who is currently 8th in the championship order. Muhammad Ali, who is on average 11th in a qualification, so he has got a strong qualifications as well. And you can see he just proves it, because that is a beautiful job done by Muhammad Ali. Oh, and coming in a huge angle, and that might have costed him something, because it seemed like he needed to correct himself a little bit from the huge angle in the last corner. But other than that, really, really nice job done from Muhammad Ali. We will be able to see it one more time from the replay, and as we can see, really nicely timed transition, being really deep in the zones. A little bit of left foot brake on the outside zone, number 4. Okay, and we are still waiting for the points for Muhammad Ali. After Muhammad, we'll be able to see Joseph Donig, who has got a really strong season in a CDSV this year. So let's see for the points for Muhammad Ali. 97 points, almost 100. Just 3 points are missing. So that's an incredible job from Muhammad Ali, putting him, of course, on the first place. Right behind him, Michael Veras with 93 points and Adam Tomacek with 91 points. Still good to see Czech names so high in the championship order or in the qualifications order, but let's see, because right now on the starting line should be preparing Joseph Donig. And I was afraid there for a moment that Joseph Donig is not going to be going on the starting line, but we can see him with his S14. 6th in the championship right now. So let's see how he's going to do on the Slomczyn, and initiating in a huge angle, and it's looking really good from the start for Joseph Donig. Maybe a little bit too much on the inside, close to the cones, but really strong outside zone number 5 from Joseph Donig. And oh, I thought he's gonna go over the line, and he needed to correct himself. So Joseph Donig with a big correction in the last corner. Really nice run by Joseph Donig, especially the first part, as you can see, on the line the whole time. But Joseph Donig coming into the last corner, and you can see there was a big correction, a lot of left foot braking, and the car stumbled a little bit. And 90 points for Joseph Donig. 90 points that are going to put him currently in a 4th place. Joseph Donik, who is currently sitting on a 6th place in the championship, as I said before, with 52 points. So he could eventually still reach to the 1st place. But right now, Matej Oravec from Slovakia with his 1st attempt. Oh, and a huge angle from Matej Oravec and huge flicks. That is a really spectacular run from Matej Oravec. I'm really interested how he's gonna do in the 2nd part of the track, especially the diesel zone right now. And he's done it really nicely. Is he gonna be able to fulfill the outside zone number 6? Yes, he is. And Matej Oravec over the finishing line, and that's probably one of the strongest or stronger runs that we've seen today. Definitely having the X factor for Matej Oravec. Those transitions from a huge angle to huge angle are really nicely. Maybe a little bit on the inside right now, but he still fulfilled the outside zone number 4. Matej Oravec, while we are still waiting for the points, Robert Kwieciński from Poland, who is gonna be getting ready right after Matej Oravec. And 94 points for Matej from Slovakia. That's going to put him on a 2nd place so far. Great job by Matej Oravec. 1st place still held by Mohamed Ali with 97 points. And I believe it's going to be really hard to beat 97 points. I would even be surprised if somebody managed to do that. But on the starting line, Robert Kwieciński from Poland. Average position in qualification is 3rd for Robert, so we know he can do really well in qualifications. Order in the championship is sitting on a 4th place right now, and Robert Kwieciński, as we can see, is really strong in these qualifications as well. Oh, and just overshot the white line and dropped the tire in the outside zone number 3. That's something I was not expecting from Robert. So let's see if he's gonna be able to hold it together throughout the rest of the run, and flirting with the white line as well in the last corner for Robert Kwieciński. So let's see from the replay, from the chase camera, what really happened there. So far so good. Outside zone number 1 really beautifully, but right here dropping the tire, I think, or maybe just on the white line really deep. But it definitely upset his line a little bit, as he was too much on the inside and between outside zone number 3 and 4. And as I hear from the judges that are looking on the replay cameras, Robert Kwieciński probably did not drop a wheel. As the wheel was most likely still on the white line. And on the start we can see Samuel Couté with his BMW E36 flashing the lights. Samuel Couté, who yesterday was actually qualifying and battling in VDC, where he managed to score 86.5 points, if I remember correctly, and dropped down in the last 16 seeding bracket. Unfortunately for Samuel, but Samuel, who can be also seen in the Virtual Drift Masters, and 89 points for Robert Kwieciński. 89 points that will secure him 7th place right now. And I believe we are good to go for Samuel Kuti. The lights go out, and here we go into Sam's first qualifying run. Let's see how he's gonna do. Everything is looking perfect from the beginning. Really big angle. Slightly different line than the others, and a little bit of a wavering after the outside zone number 3. So possibly not the perfect run we would be expecting from Samuel, and dropping the wheel on the curb on the outside zone number 4. But fulfilling the zone and the white line in the last corner really nicely. So let's see from the replay once again how it went for Samuel Kuti in his first qualifying attempt. As you can see, a little bit of correction. You could see the front tires or the front wheels that were moving a little bit from left to right. Finishing really nicely in the last corner for Samuel Kuti. And on the starting line is already preparing Liam Akihiko, the current championship points leader. And I believe we already have the points for Samuel Kuti. And it is 93 points for Sam. Beautiful job. Currently sitting on a 4th position with 93 points. Ali Mohammed still in the 1st place with 97 points. Liam Akihiko from the United Kingdom is definitely the man that could beat 97 points. So let's see how he's gonna do. Going with a huge flick, but not as close to the inside clip as he could be. But on a nice line. Oh, and Liam Akihiko almost dropping the tire as well in the outside zone number 2, being really deep there. Oh, and Liam Akihiko with a backwards entry. How does he hold it? Oh my god. Oh my god. I believe that was more than 90 degrees angle in the last corner, but still drove on the white line the whole last corner. So let's see, almost a tire drop right there, I believe, as he was really close. Ooh, and that's a beautiful job by Liam Akihiko, even though that's something the judges probably do not want to see, as you are not supposed to go over 90 degrees angle, because if there was a chase car you would probably hit him. But for spectators it's looking really beautiful, I have to say, and I have no idea how he managed to hold it. So let's see if he's going to be punished by the backwards entry by the judges or not. We will see the points in a... And Liam Akihiko was actually the last one with the first attempt. And now we're gonna move back. Move back to Kilian Guelus, who's gonna have a chance for his second qualifying attempt. $90 points for Liam Akihiko. Great points, but we know that Liam can do even better than that, so we will see in his second try. But right now we are moving back to Kylian Guelus, who currently has 87 points. And Kylian Guelus initiating into the first corner and is on a beautiful line so far, I believe. Oh, with a small correction in the outside zone number 2, but nothing too dramatic, and going into the outside zone number 4 and into the decel and number 5. And Kylian Guelus fulfilling the last zone nicely as well and is over the finishing line. The question is it going to be better than 87 points? I'm not too sure about that. As you can see, coming into the right hand side corner in a big angle, needed to correct himself, lower the angle a little bit. And quite a lot of braking in the decel and after the decel. Well, most likely still in the 80s, I believe, but we will see what the judges think about it as they still discuss the score. And Jakub Bartko, we can see preparing himself on the starting line for his second attempt. And we are still waiting for the judges to decide. And 89 points for Kylian Guerlus. So improvement after all. Great points. And as we can see, the first eight spots in the qualifying session is 90s or more points. So let's see if Jakub Bartko is going to be able to breach the 90 points barrier. Currently with 89 points, but so far it's looking really good for Jakub. Great qualifying line. Fulfilling all the zones really nicely and going into the outside zone number 5 in a huge angle as well. And almost close as Liam Akieko. I think a little bit of backwards entry as well from Jakub Bartko. But something that I really like to see as a spectator and looked really beautifully. And we will be able to see it all again in the replay camera in a few moments. Really nice line so far for Jakub Bartko. Nice and deep in the outside zone number 2. Going into the 3 with a little bit of a left foot brake. That's something basically everybody does. Ooh, and I can see he was not too deep in the outside zone number 5. Maybe it could be a little bit deeper. Something that was very hardly visible from the previous cam. And we have the points, and it's 90 points for Jakub Bartko, improved by 1 point. And on the starting line, once again, Adam Tomeček. .929 horsepower in his Toyota AE86 HGK body kit. 91 points from the first run. Can he improve even more? I believe Adam wants to, because he definitely can improve, as he's really a skillful driver and really young as well, and he's doing good so far. A little bit of a wavering, little correction in the outside zone number 3, but going into the decel and a really strong finish for Adam Tomeček, who rides the line over the finishing line. Can it be improvement over 91 points? That we will see in a small moment. Adam Tomeček in a 4th gear, as most of the drivers we could see were using the 3rd gear for the straight. Of course, a different gear ratio come in play here. Beautiful, beautiful car, and in the real life we can see Adam Tomeček with a new body kit on his E46 as well, and a new beautiful Zapalto livery. So how many points is it for Adam Tomeček? 87 points. Was not able to improve his score, but 91 points will be enough for Adam Tomeček, I believe. Still will be put really high in the board. Possibly with a buy run. And right now let's go to Michael Veras, 93 points. Currently sitting on a 3rd place in the championships order. Nice Scandi flick into the first corner for Michael Veras, really nice and tight into the inside clip number 1. Oh, and Michael Veras coming in really hot to the right hand corner, but not dropping a wheel actually. That's looking like a really nice run from Michael Veras from the United States of America. Oh, and I just said it, and he dropped the wheel over the white line, so that's most likely will not be as good as his first run where he got 93 points. As you can see, everything looked really nice for Michael Veras until he dropped the wheel in the last corner. Coming into the diesel, had to brake quite a bit. And then he overshot it and put the tire in the dirt actually. And while we are still waiting for the points, you can admire the vehicle of Mohammed Ali with a Nissan Silvia S14 with a beautiful strong wheels, I believe. Still one of my most favorite cars on the grid, and 87 points it is for Michael Veras. So overall, of course, the tire drop, so he was deducted quite heavily. But Michael Veras is still sitting on a 4th place with 93 points. And right now, Muhammad Ali is currently leading the qualifying session and 97 points on the board. That would be extremely incredible if he could even improve, but I don't think that's gonna happen, as he was too much on the inside, where the inside clip number 1 is. And Muhammad Ali riding the right hand side corner. Let's see how he's gonna handle the diesel zone. Oh, and I don't think that was better than the first run. But it's hard to tell because it was a great run anyway. Oh, Muhammad Ali. I'm not sure, I think he was a little bit too much on the inside, almost touching the cone on the inside clip number 1, the only inside clip we have on this track. and transitioning into the last corner and descending too heavily, being quite a lot on the inside for Muhammad Ali. So personally, I don't think we will be seeing a better score than we saw in his first run. Oh, and 95 points for Muhammad Ali. So we can see the consistency in Muhammad Ali's run is really there. 95 points for his second run, and 95 points would still put him on a first place if he didn't achieve 97 in his first run. And right now, Joseph Donik on the starting line. With his big duck club livery on his Nissan S14. So let's see if he's gonna improve. 90 points on the board from his first run. And riding the line, correcting himself a little bit in the outside zone number 3. And Joseph Donik coming in into the last corner. Is he gonna fulfill the zone? Yes, he will. And over the finishing line, a nice run for Joseph Donik. It's really amazing how detailed the model is. When you can see a little bit of a correction right there for Joseph Donik, as he put himself in a too big angle, I believe. Really nice car, really nice body kit. And as we know, most of you prefer the half-cut bumper in the rear. I know I personally do. I love the half-cut when there is the beige bar visible. Something a lot of drivers in a Czech Drift series or in a Czech Drift scene in real life is doing this year. As we can see, everybody is trying to put down the weight. 91 points for Joseph Donik, improving by 1 point. And actually putting himself above Adam Tomeček. So Joseph Donik with a 5th place right now, and Adam Tomeček with a 6th place. So right now we will see Matej Oravec, who managed to do 94 points in the first run. So really solid run. Matej Oravec currently sitting in a 2nd place. Whoa, huge angle from Matej Oravec. How can he hold it? That's amazing. Oh, but Matej Oravec definitely overshooting it, and I believe I saw some dirt flying from his rear axle right before the outside zone number 2. So let's see if... oh, and Matej Oravec as well with a mistake. And that's something actually that is really understandable, because for someone like Matej Oravec, who made 94 points, he just needs to send it. What can go wrong? Either you achieve a higher score or you don't, but you are still sitting on a 2nd place with 94 points, and it's gonna be really hard to beat 94 points. You can just send it and hope for the best, and that's what Matej Oravec did, and it is fully understandable for me that he did that. As you can see, being too deep into the last corner, dropping a wheel. But nothing to worry for Matej Oravec, still holding 2nd place. And Matej Oravec is looking like he's on fire today. Matej Oravec is going in a circles. And 86 points for Matej Oravec. Understandable that he did not achieve better points than he did in the first run, but still 94 points, as I was saying, more than enough for him. And what we are about to see right now is the Polish driver Robert Kwieciński, who is usually extremely strong in qualifications. Right now with 89 points, not a bad score at all, but still not anywhere close to the top 8 drivers. So let's see if he's gonna improve. Oh, really nicely done. Outside zone number 2 and 3. 4 as well coming into the diesel right now and into the last corner. Oh, and he was braking too much. I think he dieseled a little bit too much and put himself off the line. So that's something that could eventually hurt Robert Kwieciński's score. So let's check out the replay for Robert Kwieciński. Not as deep as I thought he was in the outside zone number 2 as well. Going into the last set of clipping points. Oh, and you can see the major decel from Robert Kwieciński on the outside zone number 5 and 6. So I'm not really sure if Robert Kwieciński is going to be able to put himself anywhere to top 5 right now. After Robert Kwieciński, we will be able to see Samuel Kuti and Liam Akihiko, the last 2 drivers in the qualifications. Currently, Mohamed Ali is still leading with 97 points, Matej Oravec with 94 points, and with 93 points, Samuel Kuti. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the points for Robert Kwieciński. 88 points. Really nice consistency in those numbers, but I believe not as high as Robert Kwieciński would wish to be. But right now, Samuel Kuti waiting on the starting line, currently sitting on a 3rd place. Achieving experience in all sorts of competitions. And Samuel Kuti going into the first corner. So far, so good. He is where he is supposed to be. Ooh, and Samuel Kuti will need to correct himself a little bit in the last corner. And I thought he's gonna go over the white line. I don't think he did. But I've seen some correction from Samuel Kuti, and Samuel Kuti already in the outside zone number 6 and over the finishing line. And we will be able to see from the replay what really went on in the outside zone number 2. As we can see, everything was really good right there. Nicely timed transition. He put himself exactly where he was supposed to be, but right here you can see from the front wheels slight corrections from Samuel Kuti, but he managed to get back on the track and finished really nicely. Is that gonna be over the 93 points? I'm not too sure, to be honest. We will see what the judges will say about that run. Beautiful car though, beautiful livery, BMW E36. That's a vehicle that is being used widely in the world right now, as everybody is looking for the lightweight cars right now. Everybody's trying to get down with the weight, and BMW E36 is really light in the base. For example, Michael Reichert, who I was speaking about with the Evo 3 that Martin Conroy is driving, Michael Reichert is joining the 2025 season with BMW E36 as well. A new car for the season, so we will see how it will fit in. But 91 points for Samuel Kuti's second run. So Samuel Kuti is still holding the third place, and the only man right now that could put him down from the top 3 is Liam Akihiko, because Liam Akihiko is the last contender that will join the qualifications right now. Liam Akihiko currently sitting on a 7th place with 90 points. But he made some mistakes that were really untypical for Liam Akihiko, so we will see if he will be able to correct himself a little bit in his second attempt. Liam Akihiko threw his car in a huge angle and is going through the outside zone number 1 and 2. Whoa, and really nicely done in the outside zone number 3, and it seems like Liam Akihiko is going for a big score. So let's see if he's gonna be able to hold it. He was in a reverse entry, that's something the judges didn't want to see, and he didn't do it. He held it really nicely, and Liam Akihiko over the finishing line, and I think this could be higher than the 90 points from Liam Akihiko. And as we can see from the replay, Liam Akihiko on point everywhere where he is supposed to be. A lot of left foot brake actually in the outside zone number 3, so he could be deducted by some point over there. I'm not sure if he was dieseling or not there. I don't think he really was, but still correcting himself a little bit. Beautiful car though, and a beautiful livery as well. And ladies and gentlemen, after we get the scores for Liam Akihiko, we will have a break, about 15 minutes between the qualifications and top 32. So the points for Liam Akihiko are 90 points again. So the same points for Liam Akihiko's second run. So all the drivers remain on the same place. And right now we can see the results from the qualifications. And Mohamed Ali being the first one with 97 points. Right after that, Matěj Oravec 94 points, Samuel Kuti 93 points, Michael Veras 93 points as well, Joseph Donik with 91, Adam Tomeček with 91, Liam Akihiko with 90 points on a 7th place, Jakub Bartko 90 points. Then we have Gerd Kubarsep, Robert Kvěčinský, Kirian Guerlus, Ondřej Ventrlík, Niklas Netušil, Jakub Želásko, Gareth Shaw and Gergo Galík. And Austin Mitchell, Talal Nahar, Martin Kondula, Walter Boláček, Vladimír Doubek, Chandler Crawford, Honza Matyáš, and Dominic Kirali with 69 points. And Eduard Redman is on 25th place with 58 points. And Ahmed Al-Subaga and Anthony Norfolk disqualified from the session as they were unable to go on a starting line in time, unfortunately. So ladies and gentlemen, that was it for qualifications, but stay tuned and stay on the server, maybe grab something to eat, something to drink, and we will be right back in about 10 to 15 minutes with the battles action. So ladies and gentlemen, give us a few moments and we will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with a top 32 action, and we can see it's gonna be Gergo Galik versus Austin Mitchell right now. Gergo Galik will be in the lead and Austin Mitchell in the chase. Gergo Galik, who managed to get 16 in the championship, and Austin Mitchell with 17 position. And we will be waiting for the call for them to go for the first run to kick off the top 32 action. There was actually Muhammad Ali with a buy run, but we skipped that. And we are going back right into the battle action. So here we go, the lights go out, and let's go into the first battle action. Austin Mitchell jumped the start a little bit, he can do that, that's not a problem. And he initiates behind Gergo Galik. Gergo Galik with a nice line so far, maybe not as deep as he could be in a first outside zone. But Austin Mitchell right on his door, shallowing up a little bit of his angle so he can get on the door of Gergo Galik. But Gergo Galik is on a decel right now, and Austin Mitchell is doing a really good job deseling right behind Gergo Galik. Really strong lead line. I would say some smaller mistake maybe on the chase, but overall really good first battle that we can see right now in the replay from the camera of Gergo Galik. And Austin Mitchell in the chase, as we can see. Oh, that might have been mistake by Gergo Galik right there, as he was making a small corrections, so that might have been mistake from Gergo Galik that made Austin Mitchell to shallow up the angle a little bit. And right now we will see those guys go in a different order, and that's gonna be Gergo Galik in the chase and Austin Mitchell in the lead. And we are still waiting for the judges to make call about the previous run, still looking over the cameras. But we will be able to go in a small moment, I believe. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lights went off. And Austin Mitchell in the chase, and Gergo Galik quite far away on the initiation. He's gonna be trying to close that gap up, and he did. Oh, almost didn't leave no space for Austin Mitchell to transition. And we can see some minor mistakes from Gergo Galik. And the proximity between those guys is quite big right now. And Gergo Galik is trying to make a last dive on Austin Mitchell, who is on a quite nice lead line. But this could not play good in Gergo Galik's card, I believe. Let's check out the replay between those guys. And we can see Gergo Galik with quite a big proximity. The gap between Galik and Mitchell is quite big. Oh, I think there was almost a little contact on the transition from Gergo Galik to Austin Mitchell. And it seems like Gergo Galik was not having the best pace and was having troubles keeping up with Austin Mitchell throughout specifically the second half of the track. Slide it left for Austin Mitchell, slide it right for Gergo Galik. And here we go, the winner of the first battle from round 4 here at Slomczyn is Austin Mitchell. Gets the win, and unfortunately for Gergo Galik, he goes out in the top 32. The second battle we are gonna jump into is Jakub Bartko and Eduard Redmanis, and it's gonna be quite interesting one because Jakub Bartko was able to score 90 points on the board in his qualifications, but Eduard Redmanis with 58. So the track definitely does not fit in the favor of Eduard Redmanis. So we will see. I believe that Jakub Bartko will do everything in favor for Eduard Redmanis on his chase because his lead line is probably going to be really good. But the interesting part is going to be when the drivers will switch the positions. Right now we can see Jakub Bartko with a white initiation, but Eduard Redmanis is nowhere to be found. I almost thought he's going to go off the track. But Jakub Bartko is on a nice lead line, dropping. Oh! And I think this might be 2 tires off for Jakub Bartko. Definitely 1 tire, and that's going to be a game changer for Eduard Redmanis, who might be on the win for this battle. And we will see what's going to happen in the second half. But that's not something I would be expecting from such experienced Czech driver Jakub Bartko to drop the tires. Let's see from the replay if it's going to be visible. Maybe from this angle it could be visible really nicely. Eduard Redmanis on the chase. The proximity is huge between them. But look at Jakub Bartko dropping. Oh, the wheel is in the smoke, so we cannot see it. Hopefully the judges will, of course, have the option to turn off the smoke. So, huge mistake from Jakub Bartko. On the other hand, Eduard Redmanis with some mistakes as well on his chase. Specifically, the proximity was quite big. So let's see what's gonna happen in a different order. Jakub Bartko to chase down Eduard Redmanis right now. Jakub Bartko is glued on the bumper from the beginning of Eduard Redmanis. Bartko on a really close transition to Eduard Redmanis. Whoa, and some mistake from Jakub Bartko once again. And a huge gap appears between Redmanis and Bartko right now. And Bartko will need to dive in last corner, and that's what he does in a huge angle. Almost takes Redmanis down. Whoa, how this is gonna play out, I have no idea. Some unexpected mistakes by Jakub Bartko in this battle. Let's check out once again in the replay cam. What happened there? There is a diesel zone, and there was possibly a contact between Jakub Bartko and Eduard Redmanis. Now the question is, who was at fault? Was it Bartko being too aggressive, or Redmanis dieseling too much? But Redmanis should be in a diesel. So let's see who was at fault and who's gonna take the win. Left for Redmanis, right for Bartko. And the winner is Jakub Bartko, so probably the mistakes he made were not as huge as Eduard Redmanis. That's really lucky for Jakub Bartko, but Jakub Bartko will need to keep his head together in top 16 and upcoming battles for him, as he cannot be making mistakes like that in his upcoming battles. But right now we have Gerd Kubarsep and Dominik Kirali from Team Reverse. Gerd Kubarsep is going to be leading in Dominik Kirali. And here we go. The lights are about to go out. Dominik Kirali jumping the light a little bit once again. That's something the chaser can do, not the leader. But the starting procedure was okay for the leader, and Dominik Kirali is really close on Gerd Kubarsep. Gerd Kubarsep dropping down a wheel, and Dominik Kirali with a really brave dive on the door of Gerd Kubarsep, and both guys glued together are going to... Oh! And what a brave chase line by Dominik Kirali, who basically takes down Gerd Kubarsep with the rear of his vehicle. That's going to be interesting on the replay, I believe. Let's see what really happened there. So far, so good. Dominik Kirali doing a good job on the chase. being really close. Gerd Kubersep on the line, maybe little contact there on the front wheel from Dominic Kirali, but right now Gerd Kubersep goes on a transition and Dominic Kirali with a huge angle. Oh, I thought there was a contact, but it seems like Dominic Kirali made it work. Both guys now in a different order, where Gerd Kubersep will chase down Dominic Kirali. So let's see Dominic Kirali in an initiation. Gerd Kubersep really close as well. The proximity is bigger than was from Kirali's, but Kirali is dropping the wheel on the outside zone number 2 and 3, and Gerd Kubersep with crazy proximity in the outside zone number 4, and both guys going into the last corner, and nicely done by Gerd Kubersep in the chase, but Dominic Kirali is on a perfect lead line in the last corner. What a beautiful battle. And as we can see from the replay cam, Gerd Kubersep losing some ground on the transitions on the straight, and Dominic Kirali with a wheel drop right after it. Dominic Kirali not being on a perfect lead line as he was on the inside of the track a little bit, but the last corner from both of these guys was really perfect. Slide it left for Dominic Kirali, slide it right for Gerd Kubersep, and to be honest, I have no idea where it's gonna go because some mistakes on both sides. Judges are Ondřej Koubek, Ondřej Dědek, and Jakub Zapoušek. And the winner of this battle I hear the judges saying that it's still a really close call. And the winner we still don't have the winner on the graphics. And the winner is Gerd Kubersep, who takes the win from this battle and goes to the top 16. And right now we will see Niklas Netušil with his very exotic Golf MK4, and against him Walter Bolacek in the chase. Niklas Netušil with 13th place from the qualification, and Walter Bolacek with 20th place from the qualification. Niklas Netušil with a nice initiation. Walter Bolacek on the inside line from Niklas Netušil. Niklas still with a good lead line, and Bolacek is trying to close down the proximity on the door of Niklas Netušil, and both of them are going into the last corner. Walter Bolacek with much less angle on his car, and really solid lead line by Niklas Netušil, I would say, with a few minor mistakes for Walter Bolacek. As we can see from the replay, Niklas with a really solid lead line. Walter with not a bad chase, but some mistakes here and there, especially here. Niklas was in a huge angle, and Walter was just in a small angle trying to close down the proximity. So here we go in the second half of this battle. Niklas Netušil on the chase, Walter Bolacek on the lead. Niklas Netušil not as close as I thought he's gonna be. It looks like he's losing a proximity. He's cutting the track to get back on the door of Walter Bolacek, but Walter Bolacek with 2 wheels of the track, and that's gonna be all she wrote for the Hungarian fighter. And if Niklas does not make such a huge mistake, he is the one that's most probably gonna go in a top 16 in a few moments. As we can see on the replay, Niklas was having major problems keeping up with Walter, but Walter overshooting the right-hand corner and going off the track with 2 wheels off, which is most likely going to be incomplete for Walter. The judges will be speculating if it was really 2 wheels. Slide it left for Walter Boláček, slide it right for Niklas Netušil. So here we go, who's gonna take the win from this battle? And here we go, Niklas Netušil with his exotic Golf is the one who takes the win. And unfortunate for Walter Boláček, but he is off in the top 32. And right now we will see Ondřej Winterlík and Vladimír Doubek. And that's going to be an interesting battle. On the one hand, Ondřej Winterlík with 89 points from qualifications and Vladimír Doubek with 78 points. We know in qualifications Vlaďa made 0 points on his first run. But it's nice to see in CDSV all Czech battle. And here we go, Ondřej Winterlík with a nice angle, but Vladimír with a really close proximity. I thought he's not gonna let Ondřej Winterlík transition, and Vladimír Doubek is trying to dive on the door of Ondřej Winterlík, making a few corrections, but Ondřej Winterlík with a really good lead line. Oh, and Vladimír Doubek still really close in the chase. Oh, and we can see some sparks flying and mistakes being made. And I'm not sure what happened there, and I think there was a slight contact from Vladimír Doubek on the door of Ondřej Winterlík in the last corner in the diesel zone. So let's see how it's gonna look from Vladimír Doubek's perspective of his car on the chase. And we can see... Oh. Yeah. And it looks like there was a push from Ondřej Winterlík on the rear bumper of Vladimír Doubek. I mean, I'm sorry, the other way around. And he pushed Ondřej Winterlík. Contacto in the comments. So that is right. Vladimír Doubek on the lead. Ondřej Winterlík on the chase. Ondřej probably knows from the spotter and knows himself that Vladimír made some errors. But it doesn't look as clean from Ondřej Winterlík as well, as he's making correction and he's leaving some space between him. Oh, and Ondřej Winterlík possibly dropping wheel as well. So not problems only on the side of Vladimír Doubek, but problems as well from Ondřej Winterlík. And let's look at the replay. I'm afraid that Ondřej Winterlík in the chase did drop the wheel, even though Vladimír Doubek was... I'm not sure about the wheel drop, but Vladimír Doubek definitely on the nice line in the last corner. Slide it left for Doubek, right for Ondřej Winterlík. And the judges are still discussing where the mistake was made. But I'm afraid that 170 Motorsport in the comments is correct, and there indeed was Contacto. But let me know, what do you think in the comments? Was there a contact? Did Vladimír Doubek push Ondřej Winterlík in the corner on the transition? It's sometimes hard to tell in Assetto Corsa, and a huge knowledge of the game engine is needed indeed. And we will see one more time if there was a push or not from Vladimír Doubek. Because this is the point that the judges are discussing. And this is the point which is discussing right now. Vladimír Doubek transitioning. Did he push? It is not really visible, but it looks like the car of Ondřej Winterlík jumped forward. You see? Okay, and another guy in the comments, Muhammad Ali, I believe, under the nickname of Sky, saying Contacto, yes. Or as I would say, Contacto, yes, so. So let's see, slide it left for Vladimír Doubek, slant it right for Ondřej Winterlík. And the judges are still discussing. And it seems like the judges saying that they didn't really see any contact, or a really, really small one. And the winner of this battle is Vladimír Doubek, actually. So they said the difference of the speed was only 1 km/h, and the contact was not, or if there was, it shouldn't be as big to make such a big mistake by Oravec in this case. I'm sorry, by Winterlík. So Vladimír Doubek took the win from his battle. And right now we are moving on to the next battle, and it's gonna be Garrett Shaw versus Talal Nahar. Oh, and we can see that Talal Nahar is leaving a huge run-up in front of his car, as he probably knows that Shaw Garrett will be really fast. Let's see. Oh, and we can see Talal Nahar jumping a little bit sooner as the lights go out. Garrett Shaw in the initiation and Talal Nahar on the inside line. Whoa, but really nice proximity from Talal, and Shaw with a nice lead line. Oh, dropping the wheel as well. Maybe just touching the white line a little bit, but was definitely flirting with dropping the wheel off. And Talal diving on the door of Garrett Shaw. Oh, and contact, and Shaw dropping the wheel in the last corner just before the finishing line. So let's see, Talal Nahar with a nice proximity over there. closing down on the door of Garrett Shaw, but right now is where the mess is gonna begin. Ooh, and there was possibly a small contact from Taral Nahar, who was on the inside line on the last corner. Eventually, as I could see it, Garrett Shaw going into this second half of the battle with a slight advantage. So let's see if he's gonna turn it into a win. Oh, and we can see some connection problems probably on Taral Nahar as the car flicked into angle. Oh, and the proximity from Garrett Shaw is really there as he is putting his left wheel on the door of Taral Nahar. Let's see if the mistakes will be made again in the last corner, but it seems like Garrett Shaw checks it out and does not make the same mistakes. The interesting part with the initiation is I think there were some connection problems, as you can see, maybe in the chase as well. Oh yeah, the car basically flicked, teleported into the angle, but Garrett Shaw made it work really well. And Garrett Shaw closing down his run with a nice proximity and leaving some virtual tire marks on the door of Taral Nahar. Slide it left for Taral Nahar, slide it left for Garrett Shaw. .170 is saying, boy, I'm running off 2 hours sleep, and that's something worth mentioning, because especially the guys from the United States of America and others as well, the timeline is so different that it's basically like 5 a.m. or something like that. Oh, maybe like 7 a.m. right now in the States. I don't know. I'm just gonna check real fast. Okay, it's 7:20 a.m. But you have to remember that these guys are after qualifications. But the win of this battle takes Garrett Shaw, and he is going to the top 16. So you have to take in mind that the guys are after 3 or 4 hours of qualifying, practicing. So basically no sleep for the guys from the States. Right now, we will see Robert Kwiaczynski from Poland that will lead in. Jan Mateáš from Czech Republic. Robert Kwiaczynski, extremely difficult opponent for Jan Mateáš. Oh, Jan Mateáš with a really close proximity on the initiation. Imitating the angle really nicely. Now it's a little bit later on the transition, but Robert Kwiaczynski makes a mistake again. It seems like this track does not fit him as he put the wheel off the track, the same as he did in the qualifications, I think. Jan Mateáš diving on the door, but he has problems to keep up with Robert Kwiaczynski, even though he imitated quite nicely the angles and the lead line of Robert Kwiaczynski. And as 170 Motorsport is saying, it turned 7 a.m. But he's been up since 2:30. Okay. That's harsh. And you can see the dedication, because waking up at 2:30 on Sunday. In Czech Republic it's called neděle, which in free translation would be not do, not work. So we definitely don't like to work and wake up soon on Sunday. But Robert Kwiaczynski right now in the chase, chasing down Jan Mateáš. Jan Mateáš with a solid lead line so far, but Robert Kwiaczynski is really close and imitating really nicely, as well as Jan Mateáš. Robert Kwiaczynski with bigger angle than Jan Mateáš right now, and Robert Kwiaczynski basically pushing Jan Mateáš on the track in the right-hand corner with a slightly less angle, and now Robert Kwiaczynski with problems as he was maybe stealing his engine a little bit and losing the angles, had to clutch kick his car for sure. So let's see in the replay what really happened there. Robert Kwiatkowski so far so... Oh, didn't leave enough space for a transition. I had to back off a little bit. Robert Kwiatkowski back on the door, on Jan Matejas's door with some corrections beforehand. And both guys on the transition, and now the problems for Robert Kwiatkowski will appear. Oh, you can see... I'm not sure if he was stalling, like the refs were dropping down a little bit, but definitely huge and major corrections from Robert Kwiatkowski in the last corner. And I can hear the judges are still deliberating on the mistakes. So what do you guys think? Robert Kwiatkowski super strong driver. Jan Matejas, a great driver as well, but typically, as we were speaking with Jan Matejas, the nerves play a big role in his driving. But right now it seems like it was Robert who was nerve-wracked in the run. It was just an accident. Well, we will see where it's gonna go. Slide it left for Jan Matejas, slide it right for Robert Kwiatkowski. So here we go for the winner of this battle. And it's gonna be Robert Kwiatkowski taking the win, and one more time for Jakub Zapoušek. So you can see it had to be really close for a split decision. Right now we can move on to the next battle, and it's gonna be all Czech battle once again. And I know it's Czech Drift Series, but it's really not that typical to see all Czech battle anymore, as many World Cross drivers are in the series. Oh, and Jakub Želásko with the problems because he almost ran the light. He had to brake and start once again, but the procedure was done okay, I think, with no problems. But Martin Kondula missing the proximity and having to dive on the door. But it seems that he doesn't have the pace, but he somehow made it work really close to the door of Jakub Želásko. Let's see what's gonna happen there, where the mistakes usually happen. And once again, Martin Kondula missing some proximity in the last corner. So let's see. It looks like Jakub Želásko with a little late initiation and too much on the inside, running over the inside clip basically, and Martin Kondula managing to close down the proximity on the long run right hand corner. And right now Martin Kondula, it looks like this last corner and between outside zone 5 and 6, that's what makes the drivers some problems, because they are stalling the engines. It's hard to keep being on the door. And right now, Jakub Želásko in the chase. Martin, oh, and Jakub Želásko with a too soon initiation. That's gonna make a huge problem for his line. Martin Kondula is probably on the way to his win if he doesn't make any major mistake, because Jakub Želásko with a huge mistake in the beginning of the run. Jakub Želásko managed somehow to get back close to Martin Kondula, but is it close enough to have at least one more time? I'm not sure. Let's see in the replay, but you can see Jakub Želásko with too soon initiation. That's a huge problem for him. Maybe was he scared he's gonna... No, it looks like he initiated too early. Maybe he knew Martin Kondula is fast in the first corner and wanted to cut the track slightly and just overcommit it. I don't know, but that's unfortunately gonna be a big mistake for this Zapalto driver. Two E92s. Anyway, it's great to see them in a battle. One with the HGK body kit. but a kit of my preference for sure. So let's see, slide it left for Martin Kondula and slide it right for Jakub Żelazko. Anyway, I can tell you the winner of this battle is Czech driver and E92, and it is Martin Kondula who takes the win, and it is understandable, and I think the biggest mistake, what cost the win of Jakub Żelazko, was most likely the initiation on his chase. I would be really interested knowing what actually happened there. So eventually, Jakub, if you're listening, if you can tell what actually happened to you in the chat, that would be super cool. And right now, of course, with the Battle 15 of Adam Tomeček is actually a buy run, so we are skipping those in CDSV, and we are moving on to Kilian Guelus. That's gonna lead in Chandler Crawford, and we can see Kilian Guelus on the start line, but I don't see Chandler Crawford anywhere right now. Chandler Crawford made it to the starting line and leaving a huge run-up as well. So let's see, Kilian Guelus, who made 89 points in the qualifications, Chandler with 74. Whoa, and a huge proximity between Chandler and Kilian in the beginning. Crawford somehow made it to the door of Kilian Guelus, but lacking the proximity once again and needing to dive and show up to close up the proximity in the long right-hand corner. And right now, both guys in the last corner, and Chandler Crawford again with small mistakes. It looks like he doesn't have the pace on Kilian Guelus, and it's weird because Chandler Crawford, he left the huge run-up, but Kilian Guelus still super in the front. And Chandler Crawford with little left taps on the door of Kilian Guelus. And braking a little bit too much in the chase, but Kilian Guelus with a really good lead. Okay, here we go in the second half of the battle, where Crawford will lead in Guelus in the battle, and Guelus is lacking the proximity as well, and Chandler is the one that is on the good lead line right now, but Kilian Guelus is closer than Chandler Crawford was. Oh, and a contact between Guelus and Crawford in the last corner in the diesel zone. That could let's see where the contact happened, if it was in the diesel zone or after the diesel zone, as I hear the judges are speculating where exactly the contact was. Chandler with a little wavering and a little correction after the outside zone number 2. It was after the zone. As you can see, Kilian Guelus still braking, still braking. Contacto again in the same corner. And I believe we will see many more contacts, and we even removed the wall that was supposed to be there, so imagine that. Would be a crash fest. So we will see. It will probably all come down to the big mistake. The big mistake that happened in the last corner. So let's see who's going to be deemed at fault. Slide it left for Crawford, right for Guerlus. It seems like we have the decision right now. Oh, and Chandler Crawford takes the win for this battle, and it looks really good for United States in the round 4 at Slomczyn. And right now we can see the top 16 as Mohamed Ali will go against Austin Mitchell, Jakub Bartko versus Gert Gubarsep, Michael Veras versus Niklas Netušil, Joseph Doník versus Vladimír Doubek, Martin Oravec versus Garrett Shaw, Liam Akihiko will face Robert Kwieczynski, and Samuel Kuti versus Martin Kondua. That's an interesting battle, almost personal I would say. And Adam Tomeček versus Chandler Crawford. Well, there is a lot of battles that I'm definitely looking forward and right now, ladies and gentlemen, it was it for top 32, and for a top 16 action we will put a small commercial break and we will be back in 5 minutes when everybody is on the server and ready. So see you in a few moments. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are with a top 16, and the first battle that we will have ahead is, as you can see, Muhammad Ali versus Austin Mitchell. Right now we will go for a Jakub Bartko and Gent Kubersep, Michael Veras versus Niklas Netušil, Josef Donik and Vladimir Doubek, Matej Oravec, Gareth Shaw, Liam Akeko will face off Robert Kvěčinský, and Samuel Kuti against Martin Kondula, and Adam Tomaszek versus Chandler Crawford. So that's going to be a really interesting top 16, I think one of the most interesting we have had so far. So we'll be looking for it for sure. And the first battle, Muhammad Ali versus Austin Mitchell. Interesting indeed, as Muhammad Ali is the first in the championship, not the championship, but was first in qualifications, and Austin Mitchell was 17 in qualification. Muhammad Ali with amazing 97 points from his first qualification run, and Austin Mitchell with 85 points. So let's see if the track really fits for Muhammad Ali, who had 97 and 95, I believe, from second run. So he's really consistent, and the level of his driving today is really high. So is it gonna be the lead of Muhammad Ali that's gonna win him another round? Any second now, I think Muhammad Ali and Austin Mitchell are going to the starting line. As we can see, Muhammad Ali already there. And what we can see is just a practice run, because Austin Mitchell still hasn't started. So right now we will have Muhammad Ali and Austin Mitchell. As we can see, Muhammad Ali already on the starting line. Austin Mitchell once again with a pretty big run-up. As you can see, he's standing many meters behind the starting line. And now you will be able to see drifting light. That's gonna go to the starting line. And you can see he's there. It's always funny when you can see the light moving there like that. And right now everything should be ready right now. Light is ready, Muhammad Ali is ready, Austin Mitchell is ready. So here we go, the first battle of top 16. Let's go! Austin Mitchell on the chase, Muhammad Ali on the lead. Muhammad Ali with a great lead line as expected. Oh, Austin Mitchell hits Muhammad Ali in the rear on the transition. That's not gonna look good in the eyes of judges right now. Muhammad Ali continuing with a really good lead line, and Austin Mitchell needs to do something. Oh, and some weird thing happened again in the last corner, as I can see. Or I could see that the vehicle of Austin Mitchell was twitching a little bit, maybe just some connection problems or something. But definitely it's gonna come down to the transition right here. As you can see, Austin Mitchell hitting Muhammad Ali and boosting him. And that's why it resulted in Muhammad Ali dropping the wheel after the outside zone number 2. Contacto! And I think that Muhammad Ali was on the throttle, so... And here we go, Ali Muhammad on the chase, Austin Mitchell on the lead. Muhammad Ali should be pretty safe. Maybe we can see some safe chase from him. Oh, and that's not what happened. And he pushed Austin Mitchell off the track. Huge mistake made most probably by Ali Mohammed, because we are in the diesel zone. We will have to take a closer look and maybe even a slow-mo in the replay. Let's see what really happened there. Austin Mitchell on the throttle, I believe. Oh! And it looks like Austin Mitchell... Was he too late on the throttle? What do you guys think in the comments? Because... as you can see... he was being hit, and after being hit, he applies the full throttle. And you can see he boosted Austin Mitchell off the track. And the judges are still deliberating who's at fault. If it was after the contact, or if Austin Mitchell was on the throttle, or was not. And you can see this is a camera of the leader. And he was slightly on the throttle, but he was being hit, and after that he pushed the throttle down. And the diesel zone is before the zone, so there was some input on the throttle, so we will see what the judges will say about it. And here we go. I think we have the result of this battle. Slide it left for Austin Mitchell, slide it right for Ali Mohammed. Oh, and we have one more time, so I guess Ali Mohammed was actually deemed at fault for pushing out Austin Mitchell. So it looks like we will have it one more time. Still lots of contactos. And here we go, the one more time battle. Ali Mohammed in the lead right now. Austin Mitchell in the chase. Here we go. Let's go. Austin Mitchell needs to make no mistakes this time. The same applies for Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed a little bit on the inside. It looks like it breaks his nerves a little bit. Oh, and Austin Mitchell is really deep down there. It's a question if he was or wasn't one wheel off in the chase. I'm not too sure. Maybe he wasn't, but Ali Mohammed right now on a pretty good lead line. And Austin Mitchell not being there the whole time, but applying some pressure. As you can see, the gap from the beginning between Austin Mitchell and Muhammad Ali. Oh, and this is the replay from a previous run with the contact, so sorry about that. That was not the actual replay. And hopefully we will see the replay And now we will see Austin Mitchell in the lead and Ali Mohammed in the chase. Ali Mohammed jumping the light a little bit, so he makes sure to keep in a close proximity to Austin Mitchell. Austin Mitchell not being as deep as he could be, but Ali Mohammed with a nice mimicking. He's playing it a little bit safe this time, I think. But Austin Mitchell with a not a bad lead line, apart from the first clipping point. Here we go, Ali Mohammed still leaving a few tenths of centimeters between himself and Austin Mitchell. So let's see once again from the replay. Ali Mohammed keeping it safe all the time. I think that's what he did. But the proximity is not there. Well, we will see. It's for me it looks clear that Ali Mohammed took it a little bit safe in this run. So here we go. If we have a result right now, slide it left for Austin Mitchell and slide it right to Muhammad Ali. And it seems like the judges are still debating on this one. Not an easy goal to make. And the judges are still playing the replays. In the meantime, we can appreciate the beautiful forest in the background. It's really calming. Even though I have to say the graphics of the objects outside of the map are not the best in Assetto Corsa. And it seems like we have the decision right now. And the decision is that Muhammad Ali will take the win, but with a split decision as Jakub Zapošek chooses one more time. Really close and really interesting battle so far. Right now we are moving on to the 8th and 9th position in qualifications, and that is Jakub Bartko from Czech Republic that will lead in Gert Kubrasep. So here we go, both very skillful drivers. Gert Kubrasep with a really wide initiation, but that's not too bad. And he's so close on transition, makes almost no space for Jakub Bartko, but always makes it work. Now he needs to shallow up the angle a little bit, as Jakub Bartko is super fast on a long right-hand corner, and Jakub Bartko making a perfect final corner as a lead driver, but not a bad job by Gert Kubrasep as well. Let's check out the replay. Really wide initiation from Gert Kubrasep, but made it work. Dived right on the door of Jakub Bartko. And here we can see some problems for Gert Kubrasep, as he needed to make a little corrections, but of course the smoke is heavy from Jakub Bartko's car, so it's hard to tell from this angle and this camera. But of course the judges have no smoke turned on, so they can see exactly what is happening there. And now with the second half of the battle, Jakub Bartko chasing down Gerd Kubersep. Oh, and a nice initiation from Jakub Bartko, and the proximity is no. Oh, and Jakub Bartko hits Gerd Kubersep on a front wheel and basically shoots Gerd Kubersep in the dirt. Huge contact. So let's see on the replay what really happened there. Gerd Kubersep on a nice lead line so far. He is in the decent. Oh, that looks like it could be Jakub Bartko's fault on this one. Because he hit Gerd Kubersep even before the outside zone number 2. Well, we will see, but I don't think it looks good for the Czech driver in this battle. Slide it left for Gerd Kubersep, right for Jakub Bartko. And left it goes. Gerd Kubersep takes the win and goes to top 8. Unfortunate for Jakub Bartko on this battle, but mistakes have been made. Right now, it's gonna be United States of America versus Germany. And a German vehicle versus American vehicle. As Michael Veras will take a lead on Niklas Netuschil. Michael with Chevrolet Corvette C7 and Niklas Netuschil with a Volkswagen Golf, of course. And Niklas with a really nice chase so far, but Michael is on a nice lead line as well. A little wavering from Niklas right now and losing the ground on Michael Veras. Niklas needing to dive right now. Michael Veras is super fast with his C7 at this moment, and Niklas is diving on the door of Michael Veras, but it is not enough, I believe. The proximity was surprising as the super light, super small Volkswagen Golf, I was expecting to be super fast as well, but Michael Veras' pace was just better, it seems. Here is the biggest mistake from Niklas Netuschil, as he needed to hold the transition a little bit and he lost the ground because of it. Right now we will see Niklas in the lead and Michael in the chase. It's going to be super interesting seeing this huge C7 chase on the small Volkswagen Golf. And Niklas Netuschil with a good lead, but Michael Veras not making the mistake. Oh, and I think there might have been contact, maybe not. I was super close from Michael Veras, but Michael Veras is pushing on Niklas still and basically touching his front wheel, and both guys are going into the last corner. Michael Veras is closing down the proximity in the last meters, and both guys go into, over the finishing line. What a battle, what aggression from Michael Veras. And you can see Michael Veras closing down the proximity. And the aggression from Michael was really there. Slide it left for Niklas Netuschil, slide it right for Michael Veras. And the winner is Michael Veras, that is moving on to the top 8. And I'm not surprised with such aggression he had in the battle with Niklas. But right now we can see Vladimir Dobek warming up his virtual tires. Vladimir Dobek, for you that don't know, that are not from Czech Republic, this is the exact car that Vladimir Dobek is running in the real life. It is Nissan Silvia S14 Rocket Bunny kit with a LS3 under the engine, 8 HP transmission. That's the automatic transmission. That's interesting choice, but quite a few drivers run it in Europe. And he will face Joseph Donik from the United States with his S14. Joseph Donik, extremely skillful driver, so it's not going to be easy task for Vladimir Dobek. Oh, Vladimir Dobek really close from the beginning, and we can see Joseph Donik not being affected by it. And Vladimir Dobek with a slightly less angle and trying to push on the door of Joseph Donik, who is on a really good lead line. Vladimir Dobek with a little wavering, little corrections here and there, but he needs to push, he needs to dive on the door of Joseph Donik, because that's what he's gonna do on the chase. And here we go, both over the finishing line. Two S14s, two very different S14. Let's see from the perspective of Vladimir Dobek. Vladimir Dobek with a great proximity from the beginning, makes a little mistake here on the transitions. Not timed perfectly correct, but Joseph Donik on a really nice lead line. Vladimir Dobek not diving, he's diving in the middle of the corner. He should be doing it in the beginning of the corner, so that's most likely gonna cost him something in the eyes of the judges. So here we go. Vladimir Dobek in the lead, Joseph Donik in the chase right now. Let's see how it's gonna play out. Vladimir Dobek with a really calm initiation, but Joseph Donik really close on the transition and timing them perfectly. Vladimir Dobek with a really good lead line though. He's right on the white line, and Joseph Donik is pushing really close on the transition to the last corner as well. And problems for Joseph Donik. Something happened there, and Vladimir Dobek puts a wheel over the line. That's gonna be interesting one to look at in the replay, as there were some problems for Joseph Donik. And I'm not sure it was caused by Vladimir Dobek, to be honest. Let's see, everything is looking perfectly fine so far. Joseph Donik perfectly timing transition, really close, right on the door. But look at what happens now. Ooh, Dobek was on a nice line. It looks like Joseph Donik was overshooting it. He was too fast in the last corner, and I have to say Joseph Donik was extremely lucky he didn't take Dobek down in the corner. And there was no contact actually. That could have been much, much worse. Beautiful S14s though. Well, I can hear the judges discussing something. And we will see, but for Vladimir Dobek, not being such experienced virtual driver, on the other hand, Joseph Donik is really, really skillful sim racer. So for Vladimir Dobek, it's a success already that he was able to keep up. And not to keep up just in terms of speed, but keep up with everything with Joseph Donik. And here we go, the winner of this battle is Joseph Donik. Takes the win over Vladimir Dobek, and Vladimir Dobek unfortunately falls out in top 16. And right now we will see Matej Oravec in the lead. And will lead in Garrett Shaw that we don't see so far on the starting line. Matej Oravec from Slovakia with 94 points in qualifications. On the other hand, Garrett Shaw with 85 points, and we can see Shaw already moving to the starting line, and every American today in the chase, it seems like that is leaving a huge run-up in front of him on the starting line. So let's see if it's gonna pay off, because it has been paying off for the Americans so far. Matej Oravec initiating, Garrett Shaw right behind him. Oh, nice proximity from Garrett Shaw. And also close on transition on Matej Oravec. Matej Oravec on a perfect lead line, and Garrett Shaw takes a full advantage of such a good lead line from Matej Oravec that we can see. Whoa, Matej Oravec puts the throttle on the ground and makes a great last corner. But Garrett Shaw was with him the whole time. Look at the proximity on the initiation. Garrett Shaw is incredibly close. Transitions, and right after transition put a wheel on the door once again. But Matej Oravec, perfect last corner for Matej Oravec. Braking down with a huge angle, soon on the throttle, and lots of smoke from the rear axle of Matej Oravec. We will now see Matej Oravec in the chase and Garrett Shaw in the lead, and we can see that Matej Oravec, the Slovakian driver, is not leaving such a huge run-up. So let's see if it's gonna be disadvantage for him or not. Well, we can see it actually is, because the proximity is absolutely different between those two, as Garrett Shaw was extremely close in his chase on the initiation. Matej Oravec needs to fight for those meters, but Garrett Shaw possibly dropping the tire on his lead line. Let's see, both guys are going into the last corner. Matej Oravec incredibly close in the diesel zone. That is really brave. That's unfortunate for Matej Oravec that he was missing the proximity in the beginning, but I think Garrett Shaw might have been with a wheel off between outside zone 2 and 3. Right now we can see Matej Oravec is fighting for the proximity. And right now Garrett Shaw on the verge of dropping the tire. And it seems like he was really close to dropping tire in the end as well, but I don't think he really dropped down there. Well, I can hear the judges speculating there might be better lead on one side and better chase on the other side. And we are still... Oh, and it looks like that's when it's gonna come down if Garrett Shaw was dropping the tire. And I think he did. Can we even zoom in on it, or is it not possible? Well, it looks like it's not, but anyways, it looks like the wheel has been dropped by Garrett Shaw. And here we go with one more time, where this Matej Oravec and Garrett Shaw, a little bit surprising call for me, because I thought that Garrett Shaw had one wheel off, and it looks like it was maybe the case, but still enough from Garrett to make one more time. And here we go in a one more time battle, and it's Martin Oravec. Oh! Whoa! Huge mistake! Huge mistake, possibly from Matej Oravec overshooting it. If there was not a contact, we'll need to see the replay what really happened there, but Matej Oravec going off the track, still continuing the run, but I think it was 2 wheels off. It was brutal. What really happened there? Let's check out the replay right away. Oh, and it's there is a hit. There is a hit from Garrett Shaw on Matej Oravec's door. A huge hit. And that's it. That's a huge mistake from Garrett Shaw. And I believe Matej Oravec is in a huge advantage right now. Matej Oravec should play it safe and keep some distance. Oh, and he doesn't do it. He almost takes down Garrett Shaw once again. What a crazy run from Matej Oravec. I thought he's gonna keep it a little bit safe, and Garrett Shaw 1 wheel off once again. Matej, what are you doing? You are crazy. Keep some distance off Garrett Shaw with a strong last corner, but Matej Oravec definitely raising my blood pressure right now. Matej Oravec almost taking down Garrett Shaw in the first corner, and then whoa, and we can see maybe Garrett Shaw slowing down, but Matej Oravec moving to the door of Garrett Shaw right away. And here we go, slide it left, and it goes right for Matej Oravec. He takes the win, and that is something that is understandable after a huge mistake from Garrett Shaw where he pushed Matej Oravec off the track. And right now, another interesting battle, and battle that I'm looking for. And it's Robert Kwiatkowski versus Liam Akihiko, two extremely good drivers. Liam Akihiko, who's leading the championship right now, and Robert Kwiatkowski glued on the door of Liam Akihiko from the beginning. Great transitions. Oh, what transitions from Robert Kwiatkowski, but he takes down Liam Akihiko as he pushes him off the track. Oh my god, another huge run. Oh, and Liam Akihiko off the track once again. This is becoming a wreckfest at this point. This is war right now. As you can see, Robert Kwiatkowski was super close right here, diving right on the door of... oh, a big hit. Big hit on Liam Akihiko. He continues. Oh my god, this is battlefield right now. Liam Akihiko with a huge... oh, Liam Akihiko, he was wide himself, but Robert Kwiatkowski even helped him. Another one of those contacto moments, as we can see in the comments. Commento. And right now, Liam Akihiko on the chase, Robert Kwiatkowski in the lead, and Liam Akihiko takes it really brave and is super glued on the car of Robert Kwiatkowski. Liam Akihiko played it a little bit safe after the transition, didn't dive right on the door of Robert Kwiatkowski. What's gonna happen in this corner? Oh, I thought Liam Akihiko is gonna take Kwiatkowski down, and he didn't. Jesus Christ, what is going on today? Some interesting battles, as we can see Liam Akihiko taking it a little bit safe from the beginning. Right here, Liam Akihiko knew he had to back off a little bit, not to dive right away on the door of Robert Kwiatkowski. And right now, I thought he's going to play itself as well. This is the most... oh... And Liam just put his wheel on the door of Robert Kwiatkowski. Anyway, slide it left for Robert Kwiatkowski and right for Liam Akihiko. Liam Akihiko, there is a lot for him right now. It's a top 16 battle, I would like to advise. And Liam Akihiko is the points leader on the championship right now. He needs to win. But on the other hand, Robert Kwiaczynski is in for a lot as well, because Kwiaczynski right now... Kwiaczynski is on a fourth place in the championship. Only 39 points behind Liam Akihiko, so he wants to win as well. Ooh, and Liam Akihiko taking the win over this top 16 battle with Robert Kwiaczynski and leaving Robert Kwiaczynski in the dust, who is disconnecting immediately and possibly rage quitting. And I'm not done with the emotions. As we can see, one blue BMW E92 slowly rolling to the start, and it is Martin Kondula with an Evo 3 tire killer from Michal Reichert. Martin Kondula, who is going to be chasing Czech driver Samuel Kuti. Samuel Kuti, who is arguably the best Czech sim drifter there is right now. But this battle, guys, this battle is personal, and it is gonna be good. The lights go off, Samuel Kuti goes, Martin Kondula goes. Ooh, really close from Martin Kondula from the beginning. But Samuel Kuti on a perfect lead line. Martin Kondula is doing everything he can to get back on the door of Samuel Kuti, but Samuel Kuti is on a really, really good lead line. Almost thought he's gonna go off the track. Martin Kondula needs to dive on the door of Samuel Kuti right now, and he doesn't do it. He doesn't have the pace. He puts the wheel on the door of Samuel Kuti just a few meters behind or before the finishing line. But is that gonna be enough to take down the best Czech sim drifter, Samuel Kuti right now? I'm not too sure. Martin Kondula did everything he felt was needed to do in this battle, but as we can see, after the outside zone number 2, there was quite a bit of proximity that was lacking from Martin Kondula, but Samuel Kuti with a good lead line. Well, both guys are ready on the starting line to go into the second half, and it's going to be Samuel Kuti chasing down Martin Kondula, and it's going to be wild. Whoa, Samuel Kuti almost touching Martin Kondula on the initiation, and Martin Kondula flicking in a huge angle, and Samuel Kuti is with him the whole time. Samuel Kuti almost taking down Martin Kondula, matching the angle, and Samuel Kuti putting the wheel on the door of Martin Kondula. Both guys are going, oh, contacts in the last corner, and we can see Martin Kondula dropping the wheel after those contacts. Where was the fault? Let's check the replays once again. Samuel Kuti really close. He even had to initiate a little bit sooner, I think, because of that. Other than that, perfect chase from Samuel Kuti. Beautifully putting his wheel on the door of Martin Kondula, and right now that's where it happened. Oh, it seemed like Martin Kondula was stalling a little bit in the middle of the corner, so and Samuel Kuti takes the win from this battle and goes to the top 8. What a battle that was. True battlefield right there. And as you can see, another Czech-American battle, and Chandler Crawford once again with a huge run-up on Adam Tomacek from Zapalto crew with his AE86. A beautiful initiation for Adam Tomacek. Chandler Crawford with a little less angle and almost taking down... oh, and Chandler Crawford in a huge problems, as he looked like he was almost stalling and straightening and going off the track with one wheel, and now needs to make a huge dive on the door of Adam Tomacek, but that's going to be almost impossible as Adam Tomacek is just flying in front of a Chandler Crawford. As we can see, No mistakes so far. Oh, it looks like almost connection problems or something. I think maybe one wheel off for Chandler Crawford, but some weird shenanigans happening for him in the chase position there. Right now, Crawford in the lead, Tomacek in the chase. Will this little A86 be able... Oh, and Adam Tomacek missing the proximity from the beginning. What happened there? Did he misshift it or something? That's a huge mistake for Adam Tomacek. He needs to dive. He needs to dive right now, and it's going to be dangerous right there. And Chandler Crawford with problems. Chandler is with a major corrections on the outside zone number 2, and both guys going into the last corner. Adam Tomacek making the final dive on his door. And finally, Adam Tomacek closing down the proximity on Chandler Crawford meters before the finishing line. What really happened there? First, second, third. Oh, it doesn't look like a misshift to me. Well, as you can see, maybe Adam Tomacek should have chosen the long run-up as the Americans use, because he just took off. Took off like an airliner with the Supra. But we will see, because the lead was not perfect. So... And right now, the win goes for Adam Tomacek, the Czech driver. So even though the proximity was not there from Adam Tomacek, it was probably enough for him to take the win and goes to the top 8. And I'm super excited for his top 8. And I can tell you why, because he's going to be against Samuel Kuti. And that's going to be a huge battle. Right now we can see the full top 8, and it's Mohamed Ali versus Gert Kubersep, Michael Veras, and Joseph Donik, Matěj Oravec, and Liam Akiko, and of course Samuel Kuti and Adam Tomacek. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go right into the top 8 action. And right now it is Mohamed Ali leading in Gert Kubersep. Gert Kubersep having troubles on the beginning. I almost thought he's gonna sleep it off a little bit at the start line. But he doesn't, and he glues himself on the door of Mohamed Ali. Great transition from Gert. Now he has problems. He almost straightens out before diving on the door of Mohamed Ali, but makes it work. And Mohamed Ali on a perfect lead line and with a huge angle coming into the last corner, but braking almost too much. And of course, Gert Kubersep was not expecting Mohamed Ali to be braking in such a way. Let's see once again on the replay from Gert Kubersep perspective. And as you can see, great initiation from Gert and a great transition on this fabulous lead from Mohamed Ali. So far, so good for both of these guys. Maybe a little mistake, a little wavering for Gert Kubersep. But Mohamed Ali right now going into a huge angle. And he was braking too much. And you can see Gert Kubersep on a full left foot braking, so... Oh, and some mistakes there on the starting line. What happened there? And as I'm hearing, the starting procedure did not go right, and it will be repeated. Right now, Gert Kubersep in the lead and Mohamed Ali in the chase. Mohamed Ali with a big mistake eventually in the lead. Oh, but Gert Kubersep cutting the track. Why? Oh, and Mohamed Ali takes down Gert Kubersep, and we will have to check the replay to see what actually happened there in the outside zone number 2, because Mohamed Ali took down Gert Kubersep. Mohamed Ali, who was first in the qualifications, and he's eventually... Oh, Gert Kubersep cutting the track. Right there, Mohamed Ali diving on the door. Oh, huge contact. There is a diesel though. Well, we will see, because it looks to me like Gert Kubersep was in the D-cell. Slide it left for Gert Kubersep, right for Mohamed Ali. If we have a decision. And the judges are discussing that Gert Kubersep was on the throttle already. And as we can see, thanks to production, before the outside zone number 2, where the contact happened, there is a D-cell. So Mohamed Ali should not be diving. I understand it, because on one hand, you don't want the leader to run away from you, so you're trying to dive the best you can. And here we go. The winner of this battle is Gert Kubersep. That goes to top 4 and takes down the number 1 qualifier today. And that's really surprising, because Mohamed Ali was doing amazingly. But maybe, as he was leading in the battle and made some minor mistakes, especially in the last corner. He was just under pressure and made some mistakes because of it. Right now, it's going to be Michael Veras versus Joseph Donik. Both guys super strong. Michael Veras with 93 points in qualification. Joseph Donik 91 points. And what happened there? The starting procedure, the lights went out and Joseph Donik is standing still on the place, and Michael Veras is gonna finish his run, but Joseph Donik is nowhere to be found. Possible technical problems or something? Wheel disconnecting, pedals disconnecting. What is going on? It's super weird. We're gonna check out the replay one more time from the starting procedure. And you can see the light is going off. We are hearing that Joseph Donik came to the starting line. He backed off a little bit, but that's not something unusual for guys from the States, as they are usually leaving a huge run-up in front of them on a starting line. I hear in the I read in the comments Donik doing the Ferrari strategy. Well, I'm not sure about that, because he's still standing there. Send some medics to Joseph Donik car, please. Michael Veras surprised what happened, as he's standing behind Joseph Donik. And I can just imagine both of these guys know each other well. And we can see Joseph Donik stuck on a place. Oh, and that's so unfortunate. And we are hearing Joseph Donik actually had technical problems as he was stuck on the screen. And unfortunately there is nothing we can do, and he will be able to join the second half of the battle if he's gonna be able to come to the starting line, which he is not doing. He's still stuck on one position. Well, Simon Sedman's saying he wasn't on the line, but I heard that he went on the line and then he backed off a little bit. And there is some weird things going on for Joseph Donik, as the procedure will have to be reset. He wasn't even on the line and he went much before the lights went on. And here we go, Joseph Donik. Still something weird is going on, as he was super late on the starting procedure. Michael Veras is possibly gonna take it really safe, and that's not exactly what is happening, because Michael Veras is really close on the door of Joseph Donik. What is Michael Veras doing? He's potentially throwing away this battle, but Joseph Donik with a really nice lead line, and that is so unfortunate for Joseph Donik. As I heard from the technical inspector that in the previous run Joseph Donik actually went on the starting line. He backed off and then he didn't go, so even technical problems can happen in virtual world, as you can see, and it is still very unfortunate. And of course, Michael Veras takes the win, and that is a sad, sad day for Joseph Donik. But right now, on the starting line, Matej Oravec from Slovakia versus Liam Akihiko. Liam Akihiko on the chase. Liam Akihiko, who is currently leading the championship, is actually chasing down because he had worse results than Matej Oravec in the qualifications. But Matej Oravec with a nice white handles, exactly how he did it all day, but he almost puts the wheel over the white line. Liam Akihiko with a perfect chase so far. Both guys going into the last corner are in the diesel zone, and Liam Akihiko makes it work perfectly. And Matej Oravec will have a hard time beating a chase like that. Let's see from the replay. Really, really well done by Liam Akihiko. Even though Liam Akihiko needed to cut the track a little bit on the beginning after the initiation. Matej Oravec on the white line or dropping a wheel. Maybe if we could eventually see the replay from the previous camera on the outside zone number 2, we could tell if Matej Oravec was actually off the wheel or not. But here we go. This is the replay. And now we will see if Matej Oravec dropped the wheel. Oh, and he's dropping the wheel in the beginning, and maybe after this transition as well. As you can see, he's gonna make a transition and boom, on the curb. Matej Oravec overcommitting a little bit more. Oh, an interesting start from Matej Oravec, starting much earlier than Liam Akihiko. It seems like a nice initiation from Matej Oravec, glued on the Liam Akihiko's car. Liam Akihiko on a great lead line. Matej Oravec almost taking him down, and I believe there were some minor contacts between Oravec and Akihiko. Both guys into the last corner, and as you can see, Akihiko with a great lead line. Matej Oravec, so it's some problems, and he needs to stand on a foot brake. And that And I don't think it looks good for Matej Oravec, because the lead from Liam Akihiko was actually looking much better, as Matej Oravec was dropping the wheels. And as you can see, last corner perfectly done by Liam Akihiko. Maybe it could be a little deeper in the outside zone number 6. Let's see where it's gonna go. Slide it left for Liam Akihiko, slide it right for Matej Oravec. As I was saying, Liam Akihiko, we were interviewing him before the qualifications, and he said he wants to go for it. He wants to win the championship, as his teammate Alex O'Hara was unable to join round 4 today. So let's see where it's gonna go. We have the result right now, and the result is one more time, and we are gonna see this battle one more time. It seems like the mistakes were made on both sides, not only on Matej Oravec, so and as I can see in the comment, Alex is competing in real life today. Yes, I said it before, somebody wrote it in the comments. We wish him good luck in his real battles. And right now on the track, Liam Akihiko with much better chase, and Matej Oravec with a much better lead, actually. Both guys going into the last corner, Liam Akihiko diving on the door of Matej Oravec, and both guys really good job. Matej Oravec not dropping the tires this time. He's cutting the track slightly, so still some mistakes on the leads, but Liam Akihiko keeping some distance but mimicking greatly. Really good battle, other than the drop on the inside clip from Matej Oravec. Let's see the second half of the battle. Liam Akihiko going off a little bit later. Matej Oravec trying to close down the proximity, maybe not as close as Liam Akihiko. Matej Oravec needs to make a dive and almost hits Liam Akihiko, but I think Liam Akihiko with a wheel off maybe. And in a deceleration to the outside zone number 5 and 6, and Matej Oravec glued to Liam Akihiko and even makes a small contact before the finishing line, I believe, and that's gonna be another battle that's gonna be really difficult to judge. Oh, as you can see, even contact, but I think Liam Akihiko was decelerating after the outside zone number 2 a little bit. This could eventually not look good for Liam Akihiko, who is currently leading the championship. If Liam Akihiko was about to drop out right now, that would be really interesting, as it would open the doors for Samuel Kuti and eventually Matej Oravec, because Alex O'Hara, who is 3rd in the championship, is not present, so I don't think he will be able to eventually fight for the win of the championship. Robert Kwieciński as well, who is on a 4th place in the championship right now. But Robert Kwieciński, who actually lost to Liam Akihiko in a top 16 battle. So Just imagine if Liam Akihiko is about to drop out and Samuel Kuti would win over Adam Tomeček. And Matej Oravec takes the win, even though it was a split decision as Jakub Zapoušek wanted to go for one more time. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Samuel Kuti versus Adam Tomeček. All Czech battle. Oh! And they crashed. They crashed before they even started. They could be happy it's not a real life. Samuel Kuti will lead in Tomeček, and if Samuel Kuti wins this battle, he could take over the points leading in the championship. Samuel Kuti with a great lead line. Adam Tomeček lacking the proximity a little bit on the transitions. Needs to make a huge dive on the door of Samuel Kuti, but was too far away and is trying to find the door throughout the whole right-hand corner. And Samuel Kuti finishing strong with rear wheels on the white line. Beautiful, beautiful job by Samuel Kuti. And Samuel Kuti is just one step away from taking over the championship. As Kuti is only, if I'm counting correctly, 16 points behind Liam Akihiko. As we can see from the replay, Samuel Kuti, perfect lead line. Adam Tomeček doing everything, but he lost some ground that he was fighting for the whole round, basically. Right now, Samuel Kuti will chase down Adam Tomeček. Adam Tomeček initiating, Samuel Kuti with him from the beginning. Really good job for Samuel Kuti, but Adam Tomeček on a great lead line. Oh, Adam Tomeček dropping the tires. And if Samuel Kuti does not make a huge mistake now, I think he's going to be taking over. Oh! And Adam Tomeček almost 4 wheels off the track, somehow saves it. Samuel Kuti saw it coming and he backed off and came back at his door when he rejoined the track. Amazing job from Samuel Kuti. And as we can see on the replay, let's look at the experience of Samuel Kuti. He's really close on Adam Tomeček. Now he's gonna see that Tomeček is too fast. Kuti is not going off the track. Kuti is still on the track, slows down the car, waits till Adam Tomeček rejoins the track and then puts his wheel on the door once again. And Samuel Kuti taking the win of this battle, and Samuel Kuti will be in the top 4 battle against Matej Oravec, and we will see Gerd Kubersep versus Michael Veras in the first top 4 battle as well. And we are about to see it right now, and this battle is going to decide who is going to fight for the 3rd and for the 1st place. So right now, Michael Veras in the lead, Gerd Kubersep in the chase. Right now, even Gerd Kubersep leaving some ground on the starting line, and so he can put the wheel on the door of Michael Veras right from the beginning, and that's what he does. But Veras with a nice and wide line. Michael Veras still keeping his rear wheels on the line, and Gerd Kubersep basically making holes in the door of Michael Veras with his left wheel, and Michael Veras possibly dropping the wheel in the last corner. And this is interesting battle, as we could see mistakes on both sides. But look at the proximity from Gerd Kubersep in the last corner. He put a wheel on the door right away from the beginning. As you can see, this Estonian driver putting the wheel on the door of Michael Veras. And right now, let's look at it. Michael Veras being too wide. I'm not sure if he dropped the wheel or not, but he was definitely on the white line. Well, and as you can see, Gert Kubersep in the lead and Michael Veras in the chase. Gert Kubersep right on the line. Michael Veras closing down the proximity, but a good lead line from Gert Kubersep. Whoa! Michael Veras going backwards, but managing not to hit Gert Kubersep. What a chase from Michael Veras we could see. And I'll be more than happy to check one more time what happened in the last corner from Michael Veras. As you can see, Gert Kubersep on a good lead line. Michael Veras losing some proximity, but gaining it right away, right before the OZ4. But look at this. Michael Veras backwards entry in the chase and still making it work, getting back on the door of Gert Kubersep. Even though it's not something the judges want to see, it is definitely spectacular. Left for Kubersep, right for Veras. United States versus Estonia. And Gert Kubersep taking the win over Michael Veras. And Gert Kubersep will go against either Matej Oravec or Samuel Kuti, that we will see in the second top 4 battle right now. Matej Oravec 94 points qualifications and Samuel Kuti 93. So both guys should be pretty equal theoretically on this track. Let's see. Whoa, Samuel Kuti really close on the proximity from the beginning. On a really a little bit sooner transition from Samuel Kuti, as we can see, but Matej Oravec with a good lead line so far. Samuel Kuti close to Matej Oravec as he's basically pushing his wheel on the door of Matej Oravec. Little bit proximity lost for Samuel Kuti right before going into the decel and outside zone number 5, I'm sorry. Let's see from the replay what really happened there. Everything was looking super good for Samuel Kuti for the first part of the track. Samuel Kuti with a little early transition coming into the long run right hand corner. And right now you see Samuel Kuti, he needed to show up a little bit so he gets back on the door of Matej Oravec. Samuel Kuti definitely making pressure on Matej Oravec, and right now Matej Oravec in the chase and Samuel Kuti in the lead. And Matej Oravec really close to Samuel Kuti as well, but some with a really good lead line. Samuel Kuti almost dropping the tire. Oh my god, that would cost him quite a lot, but Matej Oravec is as well extremely close to Samuel Kuti and even closer in the last corner. And Samuel Kuti already again flirting with putting a wheel over the white line, even though I think it was still touching the white line. Let's check out the replay. As you can see, Matej Oravec closer than Samuel Kuti, I would say. Definitely in the second part of the track. Just look at the chase from Matej Oravec. That was beautifully done in the last corner. Well, right now, slide it left for Samuel Kuti, slide it right for Matej Oravec. Matej Oravec, who is currently sitting on a 5th place in the championship, and Samuel Kuti on a 2nd. Samuel Kuti most likely already leading the championship right now. So let's see who takes the win. And it is Matěj Oravec who is taking the win and going to the great finals. And we will see Samuel Kuti right away with Michael Veras. And after that, we will see Gert Kubersep versus Matěj Oravec in the great finals. Well, and you can see that the qualification results for Matěj Oravec, who managed to get 94 points, was really playing for him. But right now, let's check out what is going on the starting line, where there is Samuel Kuti and Michael Veras. Michael Veras, who took the first position to lead, but he had to be corrected. And right now, Samuel Kuti in the lead. And Michael Veras in the chase. Michael Veras starting a little late, but making it work anyway with a shallow angle. Michael Veras with a very shallow angle, but Samuel Kuti on a good lead line. What happened there in the beginning? Was there a contact? Samuel Kuti once again flirting with a white line. Beautifully done by Samuel Kuti, but Michael Veras pushing him over the track. I think Michael Veras pushed Samuel Kuti off the track. Oh, and once more time again, contact from Michael Veras on the door of Samuel Kuti. And this was overly aggressive from this American guy, I believe, as we will be able to see from the replay right now. Samuel Kuti, it seems for me, he was on a good lead line. But Michael Veras, really close. Little left taps, but right now, oh, it was a little bigger hit than... I think Michael Veras basically pushed Samuel Kuti off. And the same applies for the last corner. In total, I think there were 3 hits by Michael Veras on the door of Samuel Kuti. Let us know what do you think in the comments, what happened there. But in the beginning there was some contact maybe as well. Eventually Samuel Kuti in a huge advantage against Michael Veras. Let's see how he's gonna play it. Great initiation by Samuel Kuti. Michael Veras with a nice lead line as well. Samuel Kuti losing some ground that he will have to gain back. And that's what he does. Samuel Kuti puts the wheel off the door of Michael Veras as a revenge, as it seems. But he doesn't push him off the circuit. And Michael Veras finishing on the white line. Samuel Kuti right behind him. And this could be looking really good for the Czech driver, I think. Let's see what the replay will tell us about it more. Samuel Kuti with a great initiation, losing some ground right here, and he knows he needs to dive, he needs to get back on the door, and that's exactly what he does right now. I think he even touched him as well as Michael Veras did on his chase on Samuel Kuti. Right now, before OZ5, Samuel Kuti losing a little bit of the ground, but gaining it back right away. As we could see from the replay. Slide it left for Michael Veras, slide it right for Samuel Kuti. And here we go, Samuel Kuti taking the 3rd position from round 4 here at Slomczyn. And right now we are gonna move to the next battle, which is gonna be Matěj Oravec and Gert Kubersep. Huge congratulations to Samuel Kuti, who is now definitely leading the championship. But right now, let's concentrate on the great finals, which is Matěj Oravec leading in Gert Kubersep. Matěj Oravec, nice initiation. Gert Kubersep with him from the beginning. Really close proximity from Gert Kubersep. Oh, and a huge contact from Gert Kubersep on the door of Matěj Oravec. And that's something unexpected from Gert Kubersep, as I think Matěj Oravec was already on the throttle. And Gert Kubersep hitting him out right behind the outside zone number 2. Oh my god. And let's check out the replay one more time, what really happened there. As you can see, Gerd hitting Matej Oravec on the front wheel, and after that with the rear as well. The question is, was it after the decel? So let's get going in the second half of the great finals, where Matej Oravec will chase down Gerd Kubersep. Matej Oravec cutting the track slightly so he can keep the proximity on the door of Gerd Kubersep. And Matej Oravec hitting Gerd Kubersep as well. And we could eventually see one more time what is going on. Matej Oravec making exactly the same mistake as Gerd Kubersep. Let's have a look what happened there. Everything was looking superb up until this point. Ooh. I think it was even on the same place. And here we go. I think we have a decision for this battle. But you probably cannot see it, but the decision is one more time, and we will see the great finals one more time right now, where Gerd Kubersep will chase down Matej Oravec one more time. As you can see, Gerd Kubersep is in a third gear. Is he starting in a third? That's really interesting. Matej Oravec and Gerd Kubersep right behind him. Matej Oravec, nice lead line, but Gerd Kubersep was missing some proximity. And right now he will have to dive, but he cannot make the same mistake and hit Matej Oravec. He avoids that and he puts the wheel right on the door of Matej Oravec, and that is a beautiful chase line. And Matej Oravec on a great lead line as well, with Gerd Kubersep making small mistakes and small corrections in his chase on the last corner. Let's check what happened in the beginning. Gerd Kubersep initiated a little bit early, but I think Matej Oravec as well touched the cone on the inside clip. This corner beautifully done by Gerd Kubersep, basically touching with a wheel with Matej Oravec's door the whole time. Just a small mistakes in the last corner, small wavering from Gerd Kubersep. And right now in a different order, where Matej Oravec will chase down Gerd Kubersep. Matej Oravec, who hit Gerd Kubersep last run, needs to avoid it as well. Matej Oravec really closing down the proximity of Gerd Kubersep. And Matej Oravec with a brave dive, but avoiding the hit as well and putting the wheel on the door of Gerd Kubersep as well. Let's see how the last corner is gonna go. And there is a huge contact from Matej Oravec on Gerd Kubersep door. And that was in the diesel, I believe. Let's see what's gonna happen. Matej Oravec chasing down Gerd Kubersep, diving amazingly after the outside zone number 2. Not as close as Gerd was, but right now the mistake is gonna happen. Gerd Kubersep was on his brakes, and Matej Oravec crashing into him. So let's check it out, what really happened there. Well, it seems like Gerd Kubersep is braking. Well, it looks like the judges are gonna have a little debate. What happened there? If Gerrit Kubersep was actually braking after the decel or not. Well, let us know, what do you think? Who was at fault? Some of the guys in the comments say that it looks like Matti attacks very hard and adds up angle to decel and hits him. It's possible eventually there is a decel, but the question is, should have Gerrit been already on a throttle or could have been still decelling? It's one of those controversial moments in drifting because millimeters or centimeters could be separating between win of one guy and the another, so well, Fin Reactor is saying that Gerrit was way too long off throttle, so we are still looking at the replay. This is the first part of the battle where Matej Oravec was leading. Matej Oravec with a great dive there, but Gerrit Kubersep is doing a good job. He's gonna transition and go into the decel now. And he started braking after the zone. Well, it looks like Gerrit Kubersep was braking quite a long time. But Matej Oravec aggressive there too. Well, one thing is sure. Knowing Gerrit Kubersep, I'm pretty sure if there was a mistake from his side, which I don't know, I cannot tell, and as you can see in the comments, you cannot agree as well. I'm sure it was nothing intentional from Gerrit Kubersep, so it's up to judges now to decide if the additional meter of decel would be okay for Gerrit or if he was already on the throttle. Simon Sedman says, have fun judging, which really applies here because... And as it goes in drifting, whenever you're gonna decide this way or another, there's always gonna be one side that's gonna be not happy with the result. Because it's so close and it's so controversial. That I believe it's super hard to make a decision. judges are still having the call right now. And if it's gonna be possible, I'm gonna invite the head judge for this race after the decision. It's a really tough call to make. I don't think it can be OMT as you say, Simon Sandman, because somebody has to be deemed at fault. Because mistake has been made and there has to be somebody deemed at fault for it. So I don't think one more time is a way out of it. So here we go. I think we actually have the decision. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I think the talks are over and it is time to announce the winner of round 4 here at Slomczyn. And it goes to Gerd Kubersep, who is taking the win and is winning the round 4 of Czech Drift Series Virtual and leaving Matěj Oravec with 2nd place. And of course Samuel Kuti with the 3rd place. Right now I will jump on in the Discord and I will try to interview the head judge for this race, which is Ondřej Koubek. Ondřej, can you hear me? I'm not sure I can hear you right now. Can you say something once again? Now it should be working, maybe?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Now we can hear you pretty well. Can you explain us and talk us through it what actually happened there? Because obviously it is a controversial call because it's not easy decision. But we were debating if Gerd was still in a D-cell or if Martin Oravec was too aggressive and hit him. So why did you actually deem at fault Matěj Oravec for that?
We think we watched through that situation many times. We compared each speed, and yeah, we deemed that Martin was too aggressive in that part of the track. In the briefing, we actually said that the D-cell zone extends past the actual outside zone. It's not exactly like on the track map, and yeah, because of that, both drivers fulfilled that requirement to brake in that area. But yeah, the Martin was the more aggressive, and we deemed that a fault.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you anyways for the explanations. We probably thought, or the audience thought, that it could go either way. Even the commenting people were not agreeing on one decision. So thank you once again for talking us through it, and we will jump to the interviews with the first and the second guy from today's round, and it's gonna be Matěj Oravec and Gerd Kubersep. So I will jump in the room with them, and we will see if it's gonna be possible for us to make the interview. Unfortunately, Samuel Kuti actually said he cannot make the interview because he has some business to attend to, so he had to run away. As we can see on the screen that he is missing, but we are here with Matěj Oravec and with Gerd Kubersep. I will sort of ask both of you, first of all, because of course the last call was very controversial. We knew it's gonna be controversial because nobody could really agree on it. It was either Gert, you being dieseling after the diesel zone, or you, Matej, being too aggressive. So can you talk us through it? First of all, I'll give space to Matej Oraves. What do you think about the situation?
Well, my brake, I broke a spring in my brake, so I can't really brake that
Oh,
well.
okay.
So that's the reason.
And that's actually interesting because the judges don't have the chance to speak with you drivers. They have to decide on their own. So it was much clearer for you because you actually broke the spring. When did you break it?
Yesterday, actually.
Oh, you broke it yesterday, so you managed to get second with broken spring on the brake.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, huge congratulations. That's actually amazing. So at least I believe you are not sad that you lost the last battle because you managed to get second place, which is amazing. And do you have any idea where you're going to be in the championships right now? Because you were, if I'm not mistaken, 6th so far.
I believe, yeah. I think I'm going to be in top 5.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at it. Before this round, you were top 5 already. You were 5th place with 168 points. So yeah, you're probably gonna jump a few spaces, maybe even top 3. So we will have to see for the points to be calculated. But anyways, huge congratulations, great runs. Is there anything more you would wanted to say?
I'm just happy to be here and thank you for everything, guys. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, we are happy to have you as well. Huge congratulations once again, and I'm gonna jump to you, Gert. Can you hear us, Gert?
Yes, I can.
Gert, first of all, huge congrats. First place in the round 4, and I have to ask you the same question I asked Matej. When you knew there is the call being made from the judges, did you think for a second in your head that you might have been braking too long after the zone, or you knew that that's not the case for you?
Well, I think I wasn't dieseling too much after it was me left foot braking to keep the car on angle. But
okay.
Oh, I follow. Well, I didn't diesel too much, but I might have been maybe not on throttle on time, just a tiny bit. But at the same time, my speed was so high that anything could have happened. And I think Matej was not able to brake as well. And I dieseled and he hit me. But luckily, I have Linus and Sandman spotting me, and they told me that I should have it. So,
oh right, yeah. But
I was lucky with that.
Even people in the comments were arguing if it's this way or the other way, and I wasn't sure as well. I really didn't have an opinion who is going to be at fault or who is not going to be at fault. So you were actually on the toes a little bit as well, because even though your spotter said you have it, it still could have gone either way. You know, it's the judges. They see it from different angles. They have their own heads. So really dramatic finish to the round 4, I would say. Anyway, you were driving incredibly. You even had one more time battle, right? If I'm not mistaken right now. I'm not checking the system, but...
The finals was OMT, yeah. I don't remember if I had any other OMTs.
Oh, yeah, I would have to, of course, the finals, but I would have to check once again. Anyways, great driving, and I will be looking forward to seeing you in the grand finals in Brno. Gert, is there anything more you would like to say before we wrap it up?
I just want to thank for the comp. It's really fun and a lot of good. Finally, I'm on the podium, so that makes everything better. And huge thanks to Simon, Sandman, and Linus for spotting me.
Oh, you had 2 spotters?
Yeah, we're in the same team, and these guys were killing it the last season in CDS, so I had to bring the best.
Oh, I see, and it looks like it's finally working out for you, so hopefully it's gonna work out for you in grind finals as well. Guys, that's it. Thank you for the interviews, and thank you for watching, and we are about to wrap it up. So once again, thank you to everyone, to our partners, to spectators, to the drivers, and I hope we will see everybody in round 5 in the Brno again. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great Sunday and hopefully see you next month.
Transport Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia.